Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. If you're new here, my name is Bobby Rebholz. I am a concept artist for the games and film industry. My specialty is characters and creatures. So in front of me, you'll see a smaller sketchbook that I have so you can see both pages. It's got thumbnails on the left, refinement on the right. All right, so what is today's lesson? Today's lesson is specifically diving into character design exploration, which is a creative journey everyone should take at least once, even if you don't like characters. Okay, so let me give you a little backstory of what it actually is, and maybe you can grab a sketchbook along with me. You can start scribbling with me. This is so much fun to do because character exploration goes into video games, goes into commercial work, visual effects, movies, you name it. All right, it's the process of digging deep into a character's personality, backstory, persona, and you want to create a very rich and believable character. It's an essential part of the creative process that can make all the difference. All right, so what am I doing here? This is something that a lot of beginner artists simply don't do, and that is creating thumbnails. Now, the one thing that I want you to give yourself permission to do and is scribbling. So you'll notice here that I'm scribbling a bunch of shapes while sketching a humanoid form in there. Now I don't have a set brief. I'm keeping this totally organic, totally as if I had no prior knowledge of what I'm going to be drawing. I just woke up one day and here I am wanting to design a cool character for my portfolio. And that is just, you know, the part of the scribbling process where you don't have a backstory yet. Now, eventually you will have to have a backstory because a lot of times portfolios fail due to the characters in there and the creatures and whatever you're making just not being believable. They don't have any reason to exist. So whatever character I decide to refine today, because over here is going to be my refinement, I'm going to give it a little backstory just to try to breathe some life into it. All right. I think I'm kind of influenced by the latest Mortal Kombat trailer I saw. I love Mortal Kombat. I grew up on Mortal Kombat. You know, I don't play it nearly as much as I used to when I was growing up and I was a teen, but I was kind of a nerd in that I would print out all of the fatalities and all the combos and stuff, and I would bring it to the arcade in a little trapper, like a little binder. Yeah, I was that guy. I was that kid. I should say kid, not guy. I was that kid, and I would learn all the combos. I get frustrated when I didn't, you know, perform well, but all of a sudden I started beating everybody. And then I transitioned to Tekken. But what I'm doing here is I'm just exploring a fun little silhouette. Now, I mean, the proportions are actually not good. But it's my first drawing on here. So each one, I'm going to be thinking differently about it. So we're going to label that number 1. If you are an aspiring character artist, wanting to get into this industry, or just to be able to create this stuff in general, I know that there's a tendency to try to put down exactly what's in your head on paper, which is admirable. The problem with that is that we take it literally. We draw what we see in our head, and it ends up not being good because our imagination, as wild as it may be just from being human, we got problems. Okay, we got problems with the way we see things. And most of our concepts that we have in our artwork stems from things that we've seen in real life, be it skewed, be it a dream, or whatever. So this is why you need to take what you have on paper, or in your head, I'm sorry. Sketch it down on paper, or digitally if you're doing it in Photoshop. And you want to refine it into something workable, something believable. Okay. We're faced with a lot of challenges too. I mean, we'll get stuck in a rut. We'll feel like we're not good enough. But the truth is, every artist struggles with these same issues. Okay, so if you're going through 30 or 40 of these thumbnails, that's okay. 50 thumbnails, 60 thumbnails. These little humanoid sketches I'm doing right here, I could do these all day. I'd probably have 500 by 5 p.m. today, maybe even more. I don't know. I'd probably get a little burnt out. I'd need a break, go grab a snack or something. But you know, part of the joy of thumbnail sketching is that each new one gives you a sense of what could exist. Like this fella right here, it looks kind of like a clown mixed with parachute pants. I don't know. I don't know what I'm drawing. I think that's the beauty of it. I don't know what I'm drawing. I don't know what I'm going to end up with, but I'm going to number all of them. And hopefully, by the end of this, I'm going to have something admirable on the right side of my sketchbook. You know what? Why don't we just give it a giant forearm weapon? Why not? It could be a big killer clown from outer space with a forearm weapon and parachute pants. Is it nice? Probably not. But you'll notice that like over here and over here, even if these are really cruddy thumbnails, it's probably a good idea to put an emphasis on the head even when it's at this stage. Because I want you to get in the habit of bringing in the personality and the character of it. When you put more details in the face, it kind of allows you to concentrate and look into the eyes of whatever you're sketching. I'll put some little buttons going on there. I'm probably also heavily influenced by the Terrifier movies when I'm drawing this clown here. I love Art the Clown. I think he's one of the coolest characters ever. I was never afraid of clowns when I was little. I don't know. Those of you that were afraid of clowns and still are, like as a kid or now as an adult, comment below and tell me what frightened you about clowns. I would love to hear your reasoning behind it. They are kind of creepy. I mean, if you're exposed to clowns at a young age with them not being creepy, then that's probably going to stay with you. But if they scared you as a kid, then they're probably always going to scare you. I have no idea what's happening with that. Probably put some little indications of shadow under there. So like I'm darkening off the points where probably an armpit would be or a shadow. So you can see that even if you're viewing this from, you know, YouTube, the screen, you can still make out what's going on just by adding bits of shadow in here. There we go. Oh, by the way, I'm using a pen for thumbnails because the cleanliness of the lines coming from a ballpoint, it's impeccable. It's unmatched. You can sharpen graphite all you want. It's going to get dull again. I love graphite. I prefer graphite when drawing in general, but when it comes to thumbnails, these are so messy that you almost need the lines to be clean. Okay, so that's one, that's two. I don't know how many I'm doing either, so let's just keep going. Okay, so let's do something with maybe like a big bulbous shape here. How do you actually do character design exploration? All right, so let's say you're watching me right now doing these drawings, trying to scribble. One technique is to create a mood board, actually. So I don't have a mood board with me, but a mood board is essentially you jump on Photoshop, or if you don't have Photoshop, you got Procreate, you got Krita, whatever you're using, even if you're just collecting images on your desktop. Okay, and you want to capture the essence and the character's personality and aesthetic. And the way to do that is to gather images that inspire you, both from character concept art that's existing in the world today via Google or Pinterest, Tumblr, whatever. I can't believe I even did that name drop, Tumblr. Is Tumblr still around? I don't know. I know Tumblr was always competing with Instagram and everything. But anyway, you know, you're going to want to collect reference images, fabric swatches, or even music that evokes the right emotion. One of the coolest things that helps me draw is whatever genre or subject matter that I'm drawing, I'll try to either listen to music like a soundtrack from a movie or watch something on the television in that same genre. So if I'm doing something, I mean, this thing right here kind of looks like something from Dune. So if I wanted to do a whole exploration sheet of characters that look like it could belong in the Dune world, I would put Dune on Probably 1 and 2. I haven't seen 2 yet, actually. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I haven't seen that. Please don't make fun of me if I have not seen the second Dune. I probably should. There we go. Okay, so where was I? Yeah, music. Another method is to do a ton of sketching. This is what we're doing, folks. Sketch, 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 sketch. If this image right here was the first thing that I saw in my head, I'm going to keep going, and they're going to be different. That's the beauty of this. Because you have to give yourself a chance for exploration, so you don't have the same cookie cutter characters that everybody else does. Because like I stated in my previous videos, if you keep making what everybody else is doing, you're making stuff for everybody and nobody at the same time. Put your own voice into it. And that's how the scribbling happens. That's how these thumbnails come about. Oh, you know what this reminds me of? Those of you that have seen the movie Fifth Element, with Bruce Willis and Mila Jovovich, there are these really cool wobbling kind of fat penguin looking aliens in the beginning of the movie. Wonderful movie. Another thing about character design when you're doing these thumbnail sheets is that you want to make sure that each new concept is different than the other one. This is what's going to make your selection process more unique in general and more fun. Because let's face it, I'm totally guilty of this, I will admit it. We tend to draw the same type of thing over and over again. So when you think outside of the box and you start thinking of new silhouettes that you can have, it not only does it help your motivation, which is that's my prior video to this. So I encourage you all to watch that one too if you're looking about motivations, what can help motivate you as an artist, top 10 mistakes that artists make too. But when these silhouettes are unique, like this one, I really like this one. It tends to offer a way more enjoyable process when drawing. The other cool thing about having neat silhouettes is that when you give this to somebody else and you see that they're excited, you did a good job. And we all want to get that recognition at some point in our lives as an artist. We want somebody to tell us, hey, you did a good job. Not your friends and family, because they'll lie to you. But, people that you don't even know. I really mean that. Like, it's like singing. You think you're a good singer, and then you get on a show like American Idol, and then you hear the truth. But it's just like, when you're trying to improve as an artist, yes, asking a loved one if you're good, that goes, you want the love of somebody, but it's better to ask somebody that doesn't know you so they can give you an unbiased opinion. Because unbiased opinions, in my humble opinion, will actually help you get better faster. Look how much time I've spent on this one. I always say, if you end up putting more detail on a specific drawing, like in thumbnail form, you probably should go with that one. So this is number 3. I'm not going to land on number 3. Maybe I am, but I still have more exploration to do. Because there's still some things that I don't even know what I'm drawing. Oh geez, I guess most of you listening here have been in that predicament before. You just start drawing, you have no idea what's on the paper, and then you end up liking it. And then it turns into a masterpiece. Do you know why? Because you didn't come with something so pre-planned and memorized that if you fell off course, you ruined everything. It's like trying to memorize a speech if you're a public speaker. You're probably going to resonate with the crowd much, much easier if you just speak from the heart, because everybody can then relate to you. So if you just start inventing sketches like this, okay, I don't even have to refine anything. Like I've been saying in all of my videos, well, most of them, your sketchbook is your diary. Okay, your diary is something that not everybody has to see. I think I can squeeze in a 4th one in there. Let's try a different pose too. Maybe some of these can be human. Okay, like these, technically this one can be human, our evil clown. I don't know what to call it, but maybe most of these will probably be humanoid. I'm indicating a little bit of a face right there, but I don't know how that's going to be. I'm just kind of squeezing them in here. Maybe this can be like a tall, slender, I don't know. Let's see what happens. Gave him like a Joker pose. I don't know what's going on here, but let's see what happens. Kind of like in a spacesuit, some kind of retro futuristic city. Oh, got some knee pads on there, thigh pads. Give it a little black belt or some kind of belt, maybe a fanny pack. Oh yeah, futuristic amusement park goer from the suburbs. That's what it is. But we got to jack the socks up to the knee, tuck the shirt in unnecessarily, and then put New Balance shoes on it. And then that will be, no offense to anybody that does that. I'm going to get in so much trouble. Okay, different poses, different expressions. We haven't really gotten to expressions yet. We will, because once we find something that we actually like out of these, we'll do some expressions. So maybe this character is kind of holding up something. I don't know, maybe like a piece of paper. Like, did everybody sign this? Is everybody ready to go? Put some long hair on there. Maybe it's like this really cool cyborg teacher for a kindergarten class. He's like, does everybody line up? I don't know. We'll see. Costumes. You know, research is also a crucial part of the process. Okay, we have to research all the time. Whenever I'm given a new brief, like for character or creature or whatever, I'll spend half the day, if not the full day, just gathering reference. That's it. Just gathering images just to see if anything fits. Here's number 4. Okay. Reading books, watching movies, talking to people that can help you gain a deeper understanding of our character's world and motivations. So what I mean by motivations is why is this character even existing to begin with? And I've said it before with creatures too. And this is what I teach in my creature design workshop. I encourage you all to check out the pinned comment because I have the Creature Design Workshop Discord link in there, as well as the Creature Design Workshop. I'm giving a big 25% discount for August and September. Those are my special summer month discounts for my workshop. We conduct it on our Discord. So if you're new to Discord, that probably deters a lot of people away if you've never done Discord before. It's super simple. It's free to join Discord. Just join it. There's a lot of like-minded artists on there. Our channel, Creature Design Workshop, just surpassed 2,000 members, and we're already heading to 2,500. It just keeps going. Got an influx of people every day wanting to learn how to draw, but mainly learning about creatures and characters. It's so much fun. What in the world am I drawing? I don't know how that turned into some... Okay, hold on a second. Maybe this is the torso. I totally lost my train of thought because I was trying to tell you guys something informative, and then I drew this thing that looks like it belongs in the movie The Cell. I don't know. Okay, well, you know what? Why don't we make this one super tall, and then it's kind of like a gown. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so anyway, Creature Design Workshop, and then the Discord. We collect reference, we share pics of our studios, we post our personal work every single day, people comment, people help critique. We have an entire forum dedicated to just reference images, and our lovely new moderators have helped me curate that, so thank you all if you're listening right now. You're definitely welcome to join. If you want to sign up for my actual workshop, check out the link in the description. You can read testimonials. You can see student work. It's a lot of fun. Okay. Too many joints for that arm? Probably. But I don't care. I don't even know. Oh, you know what? Let's make some robotic arms coming off of the head that should not exist up there. It's kind of like they elongated their neck on purpose, like some cultures do. It's beautiful to look at if done right. Look at that canopy. I'm really intrigued by this one. This offers a neat silhouette, something that I haven't done before. It's insectoid, but also human. So I'm going to darken the under part of the arms and then the canopy part, because that'll indicate where shadow could exist on there. All right. So, gaining a deeper understanding of the characters that you're drawing. You know, those techniques that I was just mentioning about collecting references, fabric swatches, listening to music, movies, and stuff that helps you influence. You want to uncover hidden traits and desires that can make your characters feel more real and relatable. Have you ever seen those portfolio pieces where somebody specializes in character design and there's just something about the characters where you can't stop watching them and looking at them? You know, whenever I would see character work from Piotr Jablonski, this is probably my favorite artist now. His illustrations and character work for Dishonored, just absolutely amazing work. I'm always intrigued by the facial expressions that come from his creatures and his characters. Something very mysterious about it. Like, you can't quite read it, but you know it could be sinister, they could be laid back. It's just really cool stuff. But you definitely want to do that for your characters. There's no, and I want to give a little disclaimer here, those of you that maybe are hesitant to becoming a creature artist or you're drawing along with me, there's no right way to do character work. Okay, please remember that. Well, there is, but not in the exploration form. Okay, when you start to refine these, yes, there is a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. Okay, I mean, anatomy is the first right way that you need to actually get correct. Because if your anatomy's off, it's not going to be right. Even if your character is anthropomorphic or is humanoid but not human, okay, you still have to have believable anatomy. You can't just plop a bunch of lumps down and say, oh, there's Hulk or there's a bodybuilder. No, because studios and people know that a human shoulder does not have 15 lumps in it. Okay, so if you're doing lumps for muscles, make sure that those lumps actually belong there, like the tricep, the bicep, you know, the brachialis muscles, all that stuff. All right. So character exploration, you know, it's all about exploring the unknown. And that's probably the most crucial part about the exploration process. You want to explore the unknown, and you want to make sure that the characters that you're making up can live and breathe, just like you can. Okay, so analyzing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's do several more. I'm probably going to do 8 because me being a neat freak when it comes to my artwork, I have to have a nice lineup. So that's going to be me. But I have to make sure that each one still looks different. So let's do something cool. I'm going to use a triangle. Why? I don't know why, but I think I can fit a good character silhouette in this. I might fail at this one, but it's okay. Remember, there's no right way to do character exploration. It also looks like something from Mario Brothers. If I do a Koopa or one of those little mushrooms, I'm going to start adding some shapes on the side. I'm starting to see potential here. There we go. Okay, maybe. Oh, you know what? Why don't we do like a little face up there? Ooh, that's creepy. And a little neck. And then a face looking on this side. And then a face looking on this side. Now we're getting into the Silent Hill / demonic realm with these characters. That probably means that if this character is looking directly at us, how is it going to stand? So maybe I'm going to have one of the resting legs kind of come up a little bit. So the pivot, or not the pivot leg, the resting leg right here, I'm going to give it a calf muscle. Okay, so I'm going to put the foot coming down here just for like the anchor. And then this one is going to come slightly toward us. kind of like a casual walkthrough. Maybe this is like a banshee or some kind of creature that's just walking through the woods and you happen to come across it and you wished you didn't. So this is a female. She's barefoot. Maybe there's like some gross seaweed or some kind of, I don't know, what would you call that? Like moss or vines hanging from what appears to be a one-piece dress going all the way up to the neck. Oh, we're getting horrible now. Okay, so this is what's going on. We got this crazy robot. We have this killer clown. We have a futuristic robot. We have a teacher. We have, I don't know, something from Hellraiser. And then we have what could be something in a Mike Flanagan horror movie. I'm so glad Mike Flanagan is doing a new Exorcist. Oh, I'm so excited about that. Very, very, very excited about that. I remember seeing the Oculus I mean, this was years ago. Oculus was a great movie. Okay. Okay, so another thing that can make this cool is by not giving her arms. So I'm just going to give an indication that there's some shape going on here. Okay, this is one of the beautiful things about a pen, is you can see each individual shape. Or, I'm sorry, the line. And it doesn't really bleed into the other one. But you know what would be cool? What if there was a face right here? But it's not smiling. It's just like an open mouth with no arms. Maybe there's like lumps or some kind of indication like vines of something growing on the dress, and it could be arms. I'll just do like these asymmetrical spiky things poking off. We have ourselves a true entity. All right, cool. Let's darken that underneath the dress to give it a cool shadowy feel, like there's thickness and roundness going on the other side. There we go. That's cool. And those of you drawing along with me, if you're drawing what I'm drawing, or if you're making stuff up like I am with character exploration and scribbling, make sure that you're numbering these. Okay, if you're in school right now, your teacher would probably appreciate you numbering your thumbnails, because you have to imagine yourself displaying your work in front of a team so they can make quick, informed decisions about what direction to go with. There we go. This is kind of like a hat and then more faces up there. So it looks like the face turned out to be in the middle of the body. I have no idea what those are. Those could be smaller heads. Yeah, I'm kind of freaked out right now. All right, let's see what else happens. So we have 6 now, and I want 8. So let's do 8. Let's do something a little shorter. Okay, let's do something. How about we can see a little bit of the eye here, maybe a little bit of the jaw and the chin. Okay, and then a long, well, no, not a long neck. Maybe something just super muscular, like bulging shoulders, a strapping young lad. There we go. Maybe like a human and something else mixed with it. So I'm going to make sure that the head is big enough. So it kind of looks like this thing is wearing a mask, but it's really not. Just got to get the abdomen in there, the chest, bicep, get some arms in there. So not everything's going to be perfect, but you at least want to show that the muscle groups are existing. Okay, so you have to draw in that pec right there, put a little bit of shadow in, a little bit of the abdomen. Okay, and you want to think about the stance. Maybe this character is resting on that front leg. Okay, it's always good to exaggerate the calf muscle, because when you exaggerate the calf muscle, it can a lot of times show that the character is pushing down and the weight is forcing the character to rest on that leg. Okay, you want to pivot that leg in. You know what? Maybe we can give him pants. Maybe. Does he have boots on? I don't know. Possibly. Yeah, why not? Okay. Let's just put some pants on him down there. Maybe he's got like a knife attached to his calf muscle right there. Got a cool little like cargo pouches right there. Just going to darken that off. Got a tank top on. There we go. Am I drawing a G.I. Joe? I don't know what I'm drawing. Maybe he's just kind of chilling. Just like resting on the ground right here because he just killed a giant creature. I almost drew Gears of War going on there. Maybe there's like a big gun resting on the shoulder. Okay, and then we want to show the arm bent up to hold that gun like that. Big, strong lad. There we go. And give him a mohawk. That's kind of cool. So here's the thing about character exploration. I wouldn't have gotten to this point unless I had done these. So that's the beautiful thing about character exploration. You could do this all day. You could do this all day and figure out what strikes your fancy. If you do 30 of them and you just don't like any of them, that's okay. Give yourself permission to keep exploring. Remember, you're not doing this for anybody. I mean, you are if it's a client, but the client is also going to appreciate your exploration. Don't rush this stage. When you got your images, like from your mood board, you've done your research, you've read some books, you've read the brief, you've researched maybe the society that this character is from or the planet that it could exist on. That's good. It will reflect in your work. And whatever image you had in your head of what this character could be, now you're going to see other possibilities of what, came of your head, because you're still inventing it. I always like answering that question. Did you just come up with this in your head? Like, yes, but I also did some exploring too. See, look at this. I'm going back to this creepy female entity because I think that she probably could be this nasty spirit that haunts like a fun house or something. Ooh, you know what? Maybe, oh, look at that. That was totally unintentional. The evil clown and this thing are probably related. Maybe they haunt the same thing. Maybe there's an amusement park and these demonic entities hunt that, and they hunt, young folks that come in there. All right. Okay, so this is number 7. Thank you all for sticking with me too. Hopefully you're learning something. If you're drawing along with me, amazing. Okay, let's do something different again. But this time I'm going to do the front of the face. And I'm probably going to do another female. But maybe this time she could just be a little bit more normal. Okay, maybe she has her veil on. Maybe some 1700 style wedding dress. Got her corset. Okay, got her arms coming out like this. I'm not trying to make it scary. I just scribbled in a face. So maybe I'll just like shade over her face because the veil is kind of hiding it. Some big sleeves right here. I don't know, something weird. Maybe like a big dress. That's kind of neat. It's funny, as I'm drawing this woman in this dress, probably not even a wedding dress, I don't know what kind of dress it is, I get a sense that she's like a hidden warrior. She's standing very confidently, so let's give her some bangs right there. So you get to see some bangs from her hair underneath the veil. I think that she can probably hurt us. Show a little bit of chest there, some corset, maybe do some vertical lines to help show that going down. Let's make her dress interesting. Not too sci-fi. Let's make it more, I guess, lacy. Like there's some neat stuff hanging off. There we go. Maybe there could be some nice flower-like puffs on the side of her hips. Okay, let's bring the indication of her arms in. Okay, that does not look like a female in a dress. You know what it does look like? It looks like a deformed female inside of a dress. So you know what that means. I'm probably going to have to make it hold an axe. Because look how she's pushing down. Okay. Maybe a sickle. I got an idea. How about a stick here, a chain hanging down, and then just a giant mace. Okay, she swings a mace around. She is a deformed entity that was married, and she has a mace from the 1500s. And she's huge, with huge shoulders, but a petite face and neck. And she is probably gorgeous. That's probably her seductive power, you know. It's kind of like the creature, the Kelpie. You know, Kelpies seduce men because they're at the water's edge. Those of you that know, like, cryptids and mythology and stuff. Kelpies are beautiful women, but then all of a sudden they turn into this horrific-looking horse female, and they eat children and humans, and they seduct men, and they just drag them into the water. I have no idea what is going on. I was going to give her Blair Witch hair, you know, like sticking out everywhere, but probably thinking that's not a good idea. We have a mace right here. The mace probably weighs more than her, and the fact that she can swing that around tells you that you should not get near her. That's the other thing about thumbnailing. You can tell a lot about her simply by how she stands, what she's holding, or what a character is doing in general. You know, their battle stance, or if they're kind of cocky and they think that they can take on the world. And that arrogance is also cool to put in a lot of characters too. Okay, so that's number 8. That's all I'm doing for exploration. All right, so let's take a look at these. Let's see what we did. We got 1, we got 2, 3, 4 up here. And then we got a little darker because I started getting into the groove of things. So we got 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we have to choose which one to go with. And I don't know. So the next part of this video, you're going to see what I went with. So maybe it was what you wanted, or maybe not. Let's find out. Okay, now it's time for part 2. So you're probably wondering which one I'm ultimately going to go with. Now, I am forcing myself to get out of my comfort zone, and my comfort zone obviously is insects and creepy, lanky insect shapes. So I'm not going to do those. Instead, I just kept coming back to this one. Number 6 seems to intrigue me the most. There's some other intriguing ones going on here. I really liked number 3 as a robot. I thought that was really cool. And I also liked the killer clown. Of course I liked this one, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do number 6. So what we're going to do is the refinement stage. Now, when it comes to character concept art and refinement, the actual silhouette for your thumbnail doesn't need to be translated 100% accurately over to the refinement stage. But what I am going to do is trying to pick, or I will pick the overall stance that I want. A lot of times, get this ink going here. Okay, so a lot of times I'll just pretend there's a metal post going down the body in the direction that I want these characters to stand. Okay, so I do like the fact that she's kind of casually, you know, just moving her foot, keeping her right leg as the anchor leg, you know, with all of her weight distribution mainly on that one. And it looks like she's turning to the left to look at us, and her left leg is turning towards us because she might step in our direction to either hurt us or haunt us or whatever she wants to do. So to avoid stiffness in our characters, we want to be sure to put as much motion as possible in it. Now the triangle shape doesn't help our cause, okay? But we're going to get past that. So right now, make sure this is out of the way. Okay, so right now I'm very lightly putting in that giant triangular dress. Okay, and I'm going to show just a little bit of the underbelly of that dress. So I'm going to open it up in the bottom. All right, so once we have that, again, if you're new to this channel, then I hope that you're getting out a sketchbook right now and trying to draw along with me. It doesn't have to be this crazy evil clown dancer. I don't even know what I'm drawing. I don't know what I'm drawing. I think that's the fun part though, right? But if you're taking your sketchbook out and you're drawing along with me, allow yourself to scribble these shapes on. Pen or pencil, doesn't matter. You could be even drawing with a crayon. Okay, and then what that'll do is it'll give you freedom to really explore, because we're not done yet. Okay, I'm looking at this thumbnail over here, and what's going to end up over here probably isn't going to look like that. It will, but it won't. I do know that that face in the middle definitely has to be there, because I think that's the selling point. And when you're doing character design, from thumbnail to refinement, you always have to have a selling point. Okay, so when you're in the thumbnail stage, the selling point is the silhouette, because that's all you have to go off of. There's not a lot of detail, you don't have facial expressions, anything. When you're getting the refinement, you're taking that thumbnail and then you're refining it to something that we can relate to. And a lot of times what we can relate to is a character's facial expressions. And even if you're doing creatures too. So I'm just lightly holding my pen and still allowing myself to be rough with the lines. So some of these lines in here are very, very light, almost hairy, but not quite. I do love that face, and I think I'm going to make it even scarier right now. Try to put a little bit of a shape on that mouth. I do know that the inside of that mouth is going to be pure black, so I'm comfortable with adding in that dark of ink right now. But I do have to be careful about the eyes. So I'm going to be careful about the eyes and make sure that I don't put it too large. One thing I do notice is I think I put this oval too high up. Maybe the underbelly of the dress should be down here. Okay, again, now you see why it's important to sketch lightly, even with a pen. So if you're doing it with a pen and you end up putting lines down that you ultimately don't want, you can't erase that, that's okay. See if you can use these markings to your advantage. So maybe there's like a dress detail or whatever it's wearing, maybe there's a detail later on that she can have on that will allow me to just keep those lines in. So the next thing is when you do the refinement stage, you want to make sure that you're putting in more confident lines. So that means you're going to finish the lines instead of second guessing every movement. Now when I'm looking at the center line that I drew here, or almost a center line, these kind of dress details will probably need to be symmetrical to the most point. Like that, just very light. Okay, now the eyes, it's so creepy. They're going to be slanted down slightly. And the other thing that I think I'm going to do is I'm not going to keep the I don't even know if this is a word, bulbousness. This is not going to be bulbous around the cheeks. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put in more of a face. I think that's going to help it. The reason I'm doing this is because, like I stated before, you want this to be relatable. We're in the refinement stage, which means that when we start looking at characters, can we relate to it? Does something look familiar? And in this case, you know, we as humans, we see these shapes. This is so creepy. Maybe I made the head too big, I don't know. I could have. Maybe I'll just make the legs longer. I could do that. And again, I can thin up that face even more. I'm not afraid to spark new lines in here. Okay, so now we have this extra layer of thickness around the chin. I didn't screw up. Again, I'm just going to use that to my advantage. What if I put some extra lines that are stacked up against each other inside this weird dress suit, and it looks like she has kind of like a neck accordion on. Now I'm pretty comfortable with how that's shaping up. That's why I suddenly got darker. That's kind of cool. I'm going to put a little indication of a nose. Oh yeah. Now she's looking rather alien. Like extraterrestrial. I really don't like that shape. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it spring outwards like this. Put 3 little knobs coming off, maybe opening up. And then I don't want to forget that in the original thumbnail, there's these weird almost heads coming off. So we got to figure out what those actually are. Maybe they are faces, but we're going to define those a little better. There we go. Okay, so there's 3 of them. Okay, and then the other thing is, I don't want to be predictable with my design. I could make each face up here even. Okay, like they're both vertically sitting up or attached to it, but I think I'm going to make some of them tilted. Like this one's tilted right here. This one's looking straight up, because there's no noses yet, no mouths or anything, so we can't really tell what direction they're looking. But maybe this one's looking down. Maybe that's like the back of the head here. You see how I'm just kind of inventing as I go? I'm still going off of what I drew, because this is the refinement stage. And in character design, let's just say, for example, I am actually doing this for a game. I'll probably do 10, 15, 20 more versions of this one. And that's not including colorways and iterations of that. Okay, so that's something else that you definitely have to consider when you're doing character design. But I do like having indications of small eyes right here, and then maybe like an opening for the mouth. Yeah, it's kind of creepy. And I don't know what these little stalks are, but if I drew hair coming down, then we're getting into the creepy factor, like Silent Hill. Oh, I don't even know. Some kind of haunted village. You know, where you can kind of see the sadness in their faces. I kind of feel bad for them in a way. Maybe they're trapped spirits and they're fused with this ghoul or this entity or this deity down here, and this deity is what... Oops. I accidentally put that weird marking around the eye, so it looks like I'm going to have to use that, and I'm just going to put it around that eye. Happy accidents. You guys are literally watching me as I draw on the fly and not knowing where this goes. So I encourage you all to do the same. Bust out your sketchbooks, see what you can come up with. Maybe you're having a breakthrough as we draw. And that would be awesome. If you guys are having a breakthrough in your sketching ability, comment below and tell me what that breakthrough is. Because I'm sure that not just me, but anybody else reading those comments, they're going to relate to that. We all have that moment in time when we have a breakthrough with our artwork, and it feels so good, doesn't it? It feels so good to have that breakthrough, because you didn't know when it was going to come, if it was going to come, but it finally did. There we go. Now we're getting into something cool. Maybe it's like a little demon girl controlling a mechanized dress. Ooh, I don't know. This thing is evolving as we go, and it's a lot of fun. Another fun thing about drawing with a pen is the lines that you can get can be so precise, and if you press lightly enough, you can actually do some neat shading with it. But it's a different type of shading, so it's not like that graphite shading that you get. It's a different kind because depending on the ink color, you can go back over a space over and over again, and it almost looks like you used a smudge tool of some kind without actually smudging the work. It's pretty neat. So now that we're refining the actual dress or the structure that this creature's sitting in, I'm going to indicate asymmetrically where some lumps are, because in the thumbnail it looks like I indicated, it almost looks like vines or arms or limbs fused to the dress. So I think I'm going to do that. I now know, now that I'm refining this, that the proportions are off. It doesn't seem like what I did here, because if I'm measuring this correctly, if I measure the head and then I count more, so 1 head, 2, and then three heads. So let's count over here. So let's go, that's 1 head, 1, 2. Okay, so I need space, so that's where it needs to start. And then the length of the head, the third one is down here, roughly down here. So what that'll do is if I put the bottom of that dress on down there, all of a sudden it'll seem better. There we go. Okay, so here's the deal. In order for it to actually fit on the page that I'm sketching, I might have to keep the legs the same length but only show some of the calf. And that's okay if I have to change some stuff down here from the calf. So let's see what can see. I still drew the legs in there, so what I'll do is I'll just end it right here. So the calf muscle comes in, there's the shin, ankle, and by the way that the female is standing here, so this is the anchor leg, and I'll make sure that I have this direction of her foot coming out like this. There's her ankle. Okay, I'm going to indicate the big toe. There we go. I definitely want to concentrate, make sure the toe looks good, anatomically correct. And of course this is a creature, so she's not human, but at the same time you want the anatomy to at least be believable. There we go. Maybe she's got some horribly disfigured feet from being some kind of a banshee or a ghoul. Okay, the knee's going to be up there. And then what we'll do is we'll draw her foot this way. So this is another thing that you want to do when you want to do character design, is anatomical studies, obviously your number one goal here, but two, you want to make sure that they have some interesting ways they can stand, they can move, because you don't want to make your characters too stiff. It's very easy to do. I remember when I first started off in concept art, all my characters were very stiff looking, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with my characters. So maybe those of you listening right now can relate to this. Actually, I'm hoping you relate to it, because I would love to hear your comments about how you overcame the stiffness of your creatures and your characters. Because a lot of times it really does take, it's just trial and error. That's what it is. So I really like those shapes at the bottom of the dress that I drew in the thumbnail, so I'm going to keep those. Alright, so we actually have to indicate what those are. So maybe put like a little jewel right here, and then some really cool almost wiring or even bones. How cool would that be? You see how I'm just kind of thinking outside the box and seeing what works and what doesn't? Maybe there's some wiring over here that connects that jewel in the middle of those bulbous shapes. And again, speaking of bulbous, because remember I put this shape in here, repetition is one of the principles of design. So this shape that we see here is again shown right there, even though it's half, but I'm also showing the same type of shape up here. So we got the ovals, okay, and then we have this triangle. It's the most visually striking thing about this. Yeah, we have a creepy looking face, but that's not why you would be able to see this right away. If this was some character in a game, you would probably see, uh-oh, there's the triangle lady, instead of the actual name of the creature. There we go. I'm going to start to see some refinement here on the head. I'm very lightly holding my pen on the side. So a ballpoint, depending on how clean the tip is, it'll still allow you to shade, but a lot of times it's not like a pencil where you could just go back and forth like this unless you have good control over it. You want to be able to walk those strokes down one at a time over a specific area, and then when you do that, don't stop until the area is covered. The reason is because when you start shading with the pen and you stop and then you try to continue that shading, when you press back down onto the paper, the ink is darker usually. So it's not as severe with a pencil because graphite is not ink. But when you do the ink, like let's say I'm shading the forehead and then I stop, unless you have good control and you go and you start up again, wherever you start, usually it's darker because your hand pressure has changed. So you want to make sure that you stay light the entire time you're drawing with a pen. Now the shadow's really starting to come in. That's kind of neat. Some of these areas will still not be as defined as maybe they should be, or you could just leave them for another stage. But there are some ambiguous areas about her dress that I'm just going to put a little bit more detail in so we actually know what is going on. Maybe it shows on the side here to show that the dress has roundness to it. Okay, there we go. And that wasn't in there, but it is here. And I'm going to press a little harder underneath just to show where that shadow is. Now I'm confident of where that shadow is now, so I can actually get dark and it won't bother me. I'm going to darken the line up, or the line of her calf, so we know where it is, so we don't lose it. Okay. And I'm not going to make the bottom of this dress pretty. Like, it's not evenly cut. It's very jagged, because remember we have weird seaweed hanging off. This is when you practice thick to thin lines hanging off like that. And also it's not from Earth. And if it is, then something happened to this thing, or this female, where she was cursed. She started playing the Ouija board. I don't know, starting to think of all these things. Okay, so now I'm just going to add in some weird limbs that maybe make sense, but not quite. Maybe her hand is here, but it's kind of fused with the dress. I'm going to put in some hard lumps there and maybe show some over here on the front. And of course I've been talking this whole time, so character refinement, if you want to go from the thumbnail stage to something like this, it'll take about a half an hour. It just depends. I always say that the refinement stage probably should take 30 minutes minimum, because you don't want to spend any more than 30 minutes. There we go. And of course you could stay on this for hours and hours and hours. Okay. That was totally at random, and I don't know what that is. Hopefully you've liked this lesson. Thank you all for sticking around. This is a lot of fun, but this is how you refine characters, and this is how you would approach the thumbnail stage. If you enjoyed it, comment below, give it a like and subscribe if you'd like. I'd really appreciate that. Join the Discord, check out the links in the description and in the pinned comment, and hopefully you learned something today. And until next time, see you later. Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. If you are new here and you have no idea who I am, I draw scary stuff for games and movies. My name is Bobby, so I just want to take the time to thank you for stopping by, checking me out, checking out my channel, not me. But several weeks ago, I had released a video on character exploration sketches. And I think it's going to be a series now just because character exploration is not only sought after in a lot of sketchbooks and aspiring concept artists, but also it can be a daunting task because we have all these character ideas in our head and we don't really know how to get them out on paper. So the video that I released several weeks ago was of larger thumbnail sketches, and the one I'm going to do today, so I'm just going to fill this entire page with little humans and little humanoid sketches. This right here should be the backbone, the very first thing that you do if you want to do some character exploration for a personal project, world building project that you have. If you're working in a studio right now and you have trouble drawing human form, this is where it's at, because all the idea generation that you'd want to vomit out on the page is going to happen here. And I want to give a disclaimer before you start sketching. Please don't expect to have something extraordinary by the time you do 5, 10, or 15 of these, because let's be frank, you have every right to not do a good job on any of these thumbnail sketches. The reason I say that is because a lot of times artists fail to realize it's okay to fail. It's okay to draw stuff and be completely disappointed with it. We all do it, okay? But the thing is, when you go through the cruddy sketches, you get to the ones that actually do work, and you can't get to the ones that do work unless you go through stuff like this. All right, so let's number this one. Get in the habit of numbering all of your thumbnail sketches. It's a good practice to get into, or a good skill to have, mainly because for your own sake, if you want to stay organized, but also if you're showing this to people and you have 50 of them on a page and they don't have to go, I really like the third one over, 6th row down, there's a weird shape on the head, just say number 17. That's all you gotta say. It's easily forgotten though, so you just have to get into that habit. All right, so what I'm doing now is I'm throwing together light, medium, and dark lines. Okay, the reason I'm doing this is because even when you do messy thumbnails like this, you can still achieve some pretty decent depth and realism in these sketches, because when you see all the dark spots, those could be shadows. When you see all the medium spots, that could be the local tone. And then when you see the light lines, those are the gestural ones that are open for the most interpretations, because you don't really know what's going on. Like, for example, up here on this head, I guess, okay, there's the face. This could be a regal headdress or some kind of cool apparatus. Could be strictly fashion, I don't know. Usually it's a good idea to darken the outside of them. When you darken the outside of them, it gives a nice finished look. One thing I noticed as I'm drawing these two characters have the same stance, and I don't want to do that for the next one, so why don't we just play with the silhouette a little bit. Let's do an upside down triangle. Maybe there could be a weird fashion sense on a strange planet, kind of like Star Wars, I guess. One of the many, many, many planets in that whole mythos. Okay, and maybe there's some like long legs here, followed by some short legs here. Maybe it's a robot. I don't know, it's kind of neat. All right, so once I'm doing this, I'm just throwing lines together. I'm not really worrying about tons of detail. All I care about are the silhouette and make sure that the lines are actually readable. And the cool thing about doing scratchy thumbnails like this, I mean, this is raw as it gets, folks. You could do this with a pen. You could do this with pencil like I have. I got a 4B in my hand right here. You could do it with a lot of different tools. There you go. Oh, it's kind of like a cool little robot maybe. Sci-fi, I don't know, some kind of dystopia. Be kind of neat. You could hint at some shadows under here. I really like this one, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. I'll definitely regret that. All right, so we got this one, kind of decent. All right, so let's make sure that we number these. 1, 2, 3. Okay, might want to spread these out a little bit more. So let's start with some more scratchy forms here. Maybe some with like a cloak. There's a skinnier head up at the top. Maybe the arms come through here. Again, we're just playing with this at this point, so we don't really know what's going to happen. This could be a male or female. It's very ambiguous. It could be like the characters in Deus Ex, where it's kind of like cyborgish. You could be like cyberpunk. There we go. So once you get the very, very light scratchy lines in here and you start to layer them on top of each other, it's going to start to bleed together and look a little muddy. That's the point when you need to start darkening certain areas. So for example, in areas where you believe shadow is going to exist, just put some darker lines under here. And then of course, towards the head or whatever type of creature or character you're doing, put a little bit more emphasis on dark, medium, light lines and couple them all together in here. That adds a lot of depth without you having to go into a ton of detail. Because the cool thing about this is when you overlap them, all these lines, so right now I'm doing figure eights, like literally it's just the number 8 going back and forth, back and forth. When you start layering that type of line work, it creates its own texture layer, which is a lot of fun. Okay, and feel free to just abandon a thumbnail when you want. Remember, don't feel obligated that you have to finish each one and do something completely insane. Okay, because 10 people are going to look at these and they're going to see 10 different types of characters, or an infinite number of any kind of character that you could think of. Okay, maybe this isn't a sci-fi cloak that a robot is wearing. Maybe this is a queen or a king. And maybe they have to wear this gigantic headdress and the head's like really tiny, so who knows. And as far as the feet go, make sure that even when we're drawing thumbnails at this caliber, which is not very high in detail, but you plant the feet to make it look like the character is actually standing and having weight distribution on their legs. It just helps with realism even at this stage. Okay, there's 4. So in the video game world, those of you that are trying to break in, a lot of portfolios just simply don't have this stuff. They don't have it. Everybody wants to jump right into drawing like super detailed anime characters and elves and mages and vampires and Venom, Wolverine, all that. And there's absolutely no work that went into any of it. It's just, I'm just going to do this finalized picture and hope for the best, see if I get a lot of likes. And that's when you end up drawing for other people and you don't get any better. You just draw with what others expect you to have. When you explore like this is when your true creativity comes out, because you're not worrying about what other people are wanting you to draw. You're drawing based on what your mind is seeing and thinking. Okay? If you have a personal project, see, like, I don't even know what I just drew there. It looks like a penguin. I'm not going to say that this drawing is not successful, because it might be later, but that's a penguin. It looks like a demonic penguin. I don't know why, it just does. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop. Maybe I'll just add some stuff. Okay, maybe there's some like large feathers here. And then let's give it, not a fedora, but let's give it a crazy looking hat. Maybe it goes out like this. Kind of like Kung Lao. Or if Raiden had his hat charred, because he's using too much electricity, who knows. That's kind of cool, actually. See, it kind of just corrected it. Well, I wasn't happy about it at first, and I just started playing around with some shapes. Now I'm going to start adding in some darkness. This is kind of fun, so it's almost like a dress. So maybe it is a queen in there, or maybe it's a very extravagant woman, because she's from high society. She came in on a spaceship, and she's looking for somebody very important. Maybe these are her bodyguards. Maybe she's a cyberpunk witch. I don't know. Ooh, that might actually be fun to draw. So I'll put some darkness in here just to indicate like where some shadows are. There we go. That's kind of cool. Okay, so hopefully you're liking this so far. We got 5 done already. And if you're drawing along with me and you're scribbling and you have no idea what you just drew, pat yourself on the back. You are already successful. Okay? All right, let's do number 6. Because as a character concept artist and a creature concept artist, whichever one you want to focus on, if you're doing both, not knowing what you drew in the thumbnail stage it means that you're successful at it, because we're not supposed to. All right, especially when you're given a brand new IP and everybody is starting from scratch. You don't know, the art director doesn't know what's going to happen. They just want to see cool stuff. So as long as it fits inside the, the concept Bible that the company has for the game. Or maybe you're helping make the Bible as we go along. The art Bible, that is, not the real Bible. Okay, so the one thing that you'll notice as you start exploring and you're completing more and more rows of characters is that I guess the way you're putting down lines might actually change. You might relax a little bit, which is hopefully the case. And your brain is going to start to experiment with different shapes. So you're not going to start doing the same thing over and over, which is why exploration sheets like this, they're so important. This is when you can have your first breakthrough. Okay, so what I mean by breakthrough is take a look at the sketches that you've done over the past month, 2 month, years, whatever, and ask yourself why they're all looking the same, or why you feel like you just can't come up with anything cool. Chances are you're sticking to your own comfort zone and you're not allowing your brain to just wander. And I think part of the reason is because it's a little scary. It is. We want to draw what's comfortable to us because we know we're good at that one thing. But the caveat to that is we tend to stick to the same thing over and over, and there's no freshness. There's nothing new about it. So you're starting to look at your ideas and go, man, these are boring. And you never want to be bored with your own stuff, because if you're bored with your own stuff, you can guarantee that other people, especially if you want to get a job in the industry, they're going to be bored with it too. So you never want to bore anybody. I bore people still to this day. I have to look at my stuff, objectively, as if I'm not Bobby and no friends are looking at it, no family. And I have to look at it as if would this particular company hire me? Okay, and if I have that gut feeling like they wouldn't, then we got problems. All right, there we go. There's number 7. I'm actually going to start putting the numbers down before that. So let's do 10 over here. Maybe do a little skinny one over there. So you'll notice I try to keep things as neat as possible whenever I do these thumbnail pages, just because that's the way I am. You don't have to be super neat about your sketches. Feel free to be as messy as you want. All right, so it looks like this character right here is more of a cloaked warrior. Have everything light. These are a little easier to draw, the cloaks, just because you can have big swooping motions and it takes care of the big wrinkles. However, there's a lot of opportunity here to have something truly unique, more than any of the other types of characters you might draw. And that's because the edges of a cloaked figure offer so many possibilities for silhouettes. It's unreal, and it's a lot of fun too. Even little bits like this with the shoulder coming out and they're a little sharp, like that, and then maybe there's another sharp part up here by the head, and then we got almost like a little knob or a black dot right there. We don't know what the face is. We don't know if this character is a wizard, a witch, a king of some sort, like some kind of deity. Like, that would be so much fun to just write down ideas about what this thing could be. And notice how I'm not shading. I'm not shading. I'm kind of just coupling these lines together. I might put a little bit of shading in places where I know that there's no light source getting in. Maybe that's where the cloak opens in there and you can see a hint of the leg. That'd be kind of fun. And I'm just going to darken the edges of this cloak like this. Maybe have some parts coming off like hair. Yeah, maybe some weird antenna are coming out the shoulders. It kind of looks like it's missing an arm, so I don't want to do that. I don't want it to be armless. Okay, so there's number 8. We're going to do a super skinny one, number 9, because we don't have that much space there. So let's say we do a small head. There's a long torso. And then there's a set of arms on the side here. So I'm trying not to draw General Grievous, but it is kind of like a spider. Maybe it's a biped. So I'll try to get it in a cool little stance here to where it looks like the ankles are like bending backwards. Like, you know, like how the werewolves stand or whatever. I don't know how this is going to go. It's probably not going to be successful, but we'll see. All right. Hopefully you're having fun drawing along with me. If you're frustrated, if you have some really cool ideas on your page already, that's great. Put a little check mark next to them. So what I'm doing is I'll put a check mark here. I really like that one. I like this one. There's some other opportunities here, but I want to try to differentiate them. So number 8 is cool. There we go. This one might be a little too weird. Weird is good, but weird as in I don't really know what's going on with the anatomy. I might have to think about it a little bit more. Maybe a cool robotic leg. That's kind of neat. Okay, we already did a head. What if it's like a box? A boxed head. And then maybe the face comes down here. It's kind of scary, actually. So we'll do some little dark marks just to indicate, hey, maybe there is some divots and some ruts and everything inside this body. Maybe it's an alien. Who knows? Okay, so I'm looking at all these. We have 9 of them so far. Could you get a main character off of these? Of course you could. Am I satisfied? No. I'm going to keep going. All right, so I'm going to look at all of these and go, what can I make that's different? All right, so let's see if we can just throw together some scribbles and then maybe very long legs, like super long, and maybe a head that's hunched forward. So I'll do a little sphere with the head. Okay, and then maybe some joints for the arms and some long arms. So it's almost like Slender Man, you know, something creepy. All right, so it looks like we got like a hunchback, muscular, trapezius, pectoral muscles, latissimus, but skinny arms. Of course, they could be muscular too. They're just drawn out. No pun intended. There we go. So this character is pretty tall. So you notice how I'm differentiating the size on here too. Have fun with your thumbnail pages, folks. Seriously, you don't have to make it so regimented that it has to be the exact same. Okay? You can still experiment with different sizes, which I definitely encourage. 1, it just looks cool, and 2, it kind of puts things in perspective, like, okay, so this thing is not the size of a typical human like the other ones are. Maybe there's some big humans, maybe 7 to 8 feet tall. This one's like 13 feet tall. Okay. It's like when you draw Thanos, you know, like Thanos is 9, 10 feet tall. I think 12. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. He's a big dude. Okay, he's even, I think he's taller than Hulk even. All right. So it looks like this head is almost like a robot, but not quite. That's kind of neat. I didn't expect to do that. Maybe there's a cloak on it, on just the top shoulder right here, and nothing else. Some thickness for the calf muscles. All right, make sure the toes are pointing slightly outwards. Think about how humans stand. This is another way to prevent your characters from looking super stiff. Your toes are not pointed the exact same direction. I'm guilty of that. I looked at all my old character work from, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 years ago, and I'm just like, oh, Bobby, why? That's why they didn't hire you. Of course, back then, you know, I was mad. I was like, why can't I get a job? It's like, because your anatomy is garbage. Now I don't want to be garbage. I still don't want to be garbage. I've been drawing all my life, and I still have this voice in the back of my head like, don't screw it up. Don't you screw that up. We all have that, right? We're artists, and we're, you know, we're protective of our work. I need to stop drawing on that one. Okay, number 11. See, look at this. Isn't this fun? If you've gotten to number 11, congratulations. I'm also trying to move, because I think I have my sketchbook focused in right around that area. So let me check that real quick. All right, here we go with number 11. So let's do something pretty crazy. Let's do something super rounded, and maybe there's like a little head right here. No, this is not Kingpin. Kind of looks like Kingpin though, already. But maybe this character has huge arms and short legs. We could do that. Maybe it's a massive sumo wrestler. Or it's a bodyguard you just don't want to mess with. Maybe it's a bodyguard to a dragon, if that would even exist. So you can see here I'm just kind of bleeding all these lines together, not caring about how they shape up. And that's the beauty of this. Okay, so it kind of looks like a cool warrior, huh? There's a big fist right here. Okay, maybe we got the fist here, short legs. Okay, maybe the feet are pointed out like this. You definitely don't want to mess with it. Maybe there's like a giant bazooka or something on the back. That's cool. Oh yeah, this thing is ready for battle. So this face that I'm drawing in here, there's a lot of interpretation for that. Oh, I love doing this stuff because, and hopefully you're enjoying this too. You know, if you find this helpful in your journey to becoming a better game artist for characters, comment below and let me know what you're trying to do. Because maybe I can help you. I try to answer as many as I can, but if you have specific questions about getting into the industry, just ask the questions below. Join our Discord. So check the links in the description. Our Discord is a bustling community. It's our Creature Design Workshop Discord, but it's not just creatures. I get asked that quite often now. It's the emphasis is creatures because we have monthly challenges and we announce the winners and everything. But people are there to learn too. It boils down to just wanting to become a better artist in general. Not just for games, not just for movies. You don't have to treat this like a job. You can keep it a hobby. It's just people coming together and helping each other out about this wonderful thing we do called drawing and art. Okay, if you just want to, you know, doodle on the side and become better at shading and line work and being able to conquer anxiety whenever you draw, when you start projects. I love this guy. I don't know why. That fist down there makes it feel like he has to hold this massive sword. Who knows? Maybe, you know, I'm going to put a check mark next to it. But anyway, our Discord. I mean, we just passed 3,000 members, and it's just, people just keep coming in. It's so much fun. And if you're interested in signing up for my Creature Design Workshop, check the links in the description below too. You go to the website for that. But also, if you go to the Discord server, that's where I conduct all the classes. And on a side note too, I've recently resurrected my mentorship program. And I help students and professionals wanting to get better at specific things when it comes to artwork. So for example, marketing, drawing in general, perspective, character work, environments, portfolio building. I'll consult you on that too. So I'm trying to take my 12 years experience in industry and pour all that knowledge out onto you guys and girls. So if you're interested in those, you know, take advantage of the summer special that I have going on for the Creature Design Workshop. You check out that link. And I just want to thank everybody for tuning in to me and letting me talk about drawing. Some people say I talk too much, and you know what? Even if I do talk too much, some people just don't like to listen. They don't have the patience. They have the patience of a ferret, and I can't help that. And I do try to help it. You know, if people are struggling and they don't want to listen, that's up to them. But I hope that one day you'll, calm down and try to listen. Even if I do, talk about drawing for 45 minutes to an hour, I try to keep it like a classroom setting. Everybody's patience is so paper thin these days. I mean, you see what YouTube Shorts and TikTok does to people. If you don't catch somebody's attention in 8 minutes, they go ballistic. Like, that's not good. But anyway, that's like a rant for another day, right? I don't even know what I just drew. It's kind of like a scarecrow. That'd be kind of neat. Maybe there's these long arms right here and super short legs right here. Or maybe there's like a cloak. Kind of looks like the Thing. I don't know. So I'm darkening the outline because I am kind of happy with that. Maybe it's a little alien in a spacesuit. There's the face. Okay, there's the shoulder right there, a little apparatus on the back so it can breathe. Kind of reminds me of the, those aliens and what is it Battle Los Angeles came out? That was, maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. Battle LA, Battle Los Angeles. Very underrated sci-fi movie. It's really cool aliens in there too. Very dirty and gritty. For a minute there, I thought I was drawing the space jockey, but I don't want to do that. Sorry, Geiger. Okay. Very Lovecraftian. Let's put some tentacles on it. Why not? Electric tentacles. That'd be kind of neat. Coming out of that's disgusting looking. Okay, this is the Thing now. See? Here's the thing. Here's the beautiful thing. All right? Here I am on number 12. I couldn't have gotten to number 12 unless I did 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, all the way. Unless I started here and then I ended up with this thing. This is what I'm talking about. This is the beautiful thing about character exploration for video games. Because you never know what's going to happen. You never know what you're going to create. So let's do one more. We have kind of like a barrier here. Okay, so let's do 13. All right, so let's make this one crazy. Okay, let's put a bunch of, cybernetic appendages coming off of here. Maybe it has 2 heads. We haven't done one with 2 heads yet. Maybe we can put a mohawk on each one. I don't know. Cybernetic twins. Maybe they weren't born twins, but in the future, since everybody is supposed to be turning into a cyborg, what if they wanted to conjoin their own bodies to become one? That'd be kind of cool and disgusting at the same time. There we go. Like a really skinny tube dress. 2 females, 2 sisters maybe. They weren't real sisters, but through an operation, they actually joined organs through machinery, and then they became sisters. Okay, so there's one arm. We already did a 4-armed one before, but this one's a little bit more elegant, so we could do that. Okay, there we go. Comment below if you have a really cool name for these sisters. It's kind of cool, actually. I didn't expect to do that. I couldn't have gotten here unless I did these. This is why this is so important. All right, maybe it's like a transparent dress. You can see some weird stuff going on in the feet. Okay, there we go. Maybe the side of it like this. Remember how I was darking the side? So now when we look at all these designs, and let me move down here so the focus can catch it. When we have all these designs, we take a step back. Okay, so you don't have to finalize any one of these. You don't have to be satisfied with any one of these. You can look at your own page that you're doing, if you're doing 12, 13, if you're doing 20 of them. If you're not satisfied with them, take a step back, go take a walk, grab a bite to eat, look at it with fresh eyes, maybe an hour or 2 hours later. And I would say, back in the day I would draw really late at night because my creativity was at its peak. However, my design process was not. And I would wake up the next day going, what in the world happened? And that's because I was looking at it with fresh eyes. So if you're having a hard time coming up with a character for your own IP, okay, sleep on it. Wake up the next day, come back to your sketches, and look at it with a fresh set of eyes. It really helps. All right, so we have 13 pretty neat designs here. So I have check marked number 3, number 5, and then I got 8 going, 11, and 13. Okay, so that's 5 designs out of 13, which is a good start. That's a very good start. That's what you want to do. Okay, and then maybe in a future video, I'll do a part 2 of this one, to where I'll take one of these, and then I'll just come over here and I'll start drawing maybe the finalized version of it. Okay, but hopefully this helped you at least start the process. I can't emphasize this enough. Scribble. Just scribble, see what happens, see if you can find some neat shapes in here. Quit wallowing in self-doubt, because it's just going to make you suck longer. Okay? You got to start looking at your artwork objectively and quit internalizing negativity so much that your anxiety takes over and you don't want to draw. That's what's keeping you from getting better. All right, I'm just being real. Okay, sharpen your pencil, go to Target, go to Walmart, get a Bic ballpoint, or get a pencil, number 2 pencil, get a sketchbook, get a napkin, whatever, and start drawing. All right, now, I just want to thank you all for tuning in and listening to me ramble about character design. Hopefully this was helpful. There's more to come. I invite you to like and subscribe, comment below if you found this helpful. I just want to thank you all again, and I'll see y'all later. Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. Today's lesson is about character thumbnailing. Now I've gone over lessons before with character thumbnailing and scribbling something out on paper. But I want to go a little bit more in depth about the silhouette and the importance of having a strong silhouette within your character designs. Unfortunately, this little bit of information kind of goes unnoticed among aspiring concept artists, especially when they start making character designs for their personal projects or just trying to have something that looks good for the portfolio. I feel like a lot of the art directors out there listening can agree. The thumbnailing stage is often overlooked. And I am guilty of this too at some point, because before I really started to investigate the importance of thumbnailing, I would just jump right into a character design that I felt was already good in my head. And then when I would try to get this out on paper, it wouldn't turn out the way I would have hoped. I think that many of you probably could attest to that. Now what I'm doing here is I'm just scribbling on a cloaked warrior. Okay, I really don't have a set plan for what's about to happen on this page, other than I know that this warrior is a fighter, possibly a sorcerer, and I do like the hooded aspect. I always thought that the character designs for any kind of dark fantasy game or dark fantasy movie, Assassin's Creed, those types of games where they had some kind of a hooded figure, very mysterious. I thought those were very intriguing. I'm going to be putting a little bit more emphasis on the shadows in this, just so it really shows up. Now notice how I'm not thinking about individual details. I'm just giving a hint that those details are there. So for example, we know that there may be some chest straps going on. There's maybe a couple weapons attached to the back. As a matter of fact, I'll probably put like a pouch here on the waist. There we go, very layered. The layered look always looks pretty cool. The other thing is, when I was mentioning about silhouettes are what makes your character very recognizable regardless of what you're looking at. So for example, if you play any RPG, okay, let's name a few. StarCraft, World of Warcraft. If you're looking down at an aerial view of the battlefield, regardless of what game it is, you always can tell certain props, certain enemies, certain heroes based on the silhouette, and you don't even really have to make out what those characters are yet by name. You just know what they are. Like if it's a bad thing, if it's a good thing, don't go near it, etc. You know what? I think put some animal skin up here. I'm sketching with black Prismacolor pencil. You can probably see it here. So this it says warrior. I guess you'd call it a warrior now. It's kind of evolving as I'm drawing it. This warrior is built for colder weather, obviously. And I don't even know what I want to put in the hands necessarily. This is the free-flowing idea that thumbnailing can really provide you, and that you don't have to get stuck in your head. Oh my gosh, my character has to look a certain way. Because 9 times out of 10, when you start drawing like that, you're going to get frustrated at your own designs because it never turned out the way you would have hoped. And by doing so, you'll never finish a drawing. So you'll never finish your personal projects. They just float in nothingness. And then all of a sudden, a month goes by and you realize, man, if I would have just stuck with that personal project that I started back in June, and it being November or something, you could have had a really good, big personal project for your portfolio. But lo and behold, it's a bunch of unfinished stuff. All right, so I think this arm right here, let's put a nice dagger coming up or something, kind of like a short sword. There we go. Ooh, it's double. I didn't even mean to put that extra mark. It's double, but now the character has double sword. Okay, so the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to lightly put some shading on the outside so that it brings emphasis to the silhouette and the edges of the character so that we can see it. Now, I don't know what is going on underneath all of this layering. That's up to you to decide. One of the beautiful things about thumbnailing is it's open to interpretation for whoever is looking at it. There we go. Okay, so that one's kind of cool, but I think I'll go to the next one. So let's just do one, and I might have to sharpen this regularly because it's black Prismacolor, it's wax, so it takes up a lot more even when you press lightly. All right, let's move on. Okay, so the other thing about thumbnailing is that whenever you do it, make sure that your next silhouette is different than the first one. Now, there is something to be said about thumbnailing for the same character, but just different clothing, because then you have to have the same stature for the character. But since I don't really have a set type of human that I want, could be female, could be male, could be a giant, short, I just want to see what happens. All right, so right away, this one is a little bit more hulking. Looks like Nathan Jones or something. Okay, so you can see here that I'm just lightly putting in some shading where the head is. I don't know if the character has dreads, if the character is bald, I don't, or even has a small hood or a helmet. I don't know. But what I am intrigued about is this mountain of what could be animal skin flowing over here. If that's the case, this warrior is bigger. Okay, so I think that's becoming established right away. Almost like Kingpin. Okay, there we go. And all these little light scribbles that I'm putting around that are kind of just intersecting each other, those are forming what could be shapes of clothing. That's what I want all of you to be doing right now. So hopefully you have grabbed your sketchbooks and you're just scribbling along with me. Look, I can't guarantee a lot when it comes to art and how fast you learn, but one thing I can guarantee is that if you thumbnail like this on a daily basis, you're going to have so many more ideas than you ever thought possible. You're not going to get inside your head anymore that everything that you put down on paper has to be perfect. And I just want to reiterate, and this is something that I'm going to be repeating in all of my lessons. You have to give yourself permission to fail. Because if you do not give yourself permission to fail, then what happens is you you start to overcompensate and you start to try to perfect the design. And guess what that does? It makes you fail when you didn't want to. There's a big difference about allowing yourself to fail, because then you don't get uptight and self-conscious about your design. Whereas if you're trying to make everything perfect and then you fail at it, well, that hits home, right? Especially when you're critiqued and somebody says that's not a good design. It's not fun. Not fun at all. Okay, so remember the whole theme that I was stating in the beginning. This is a warrior. Well, we can't have a completed warrior design without some kind of weaponry stowed on the back of our character. And since this, I'm just going to call it a fella, this male, he can lift a lot of weight. So let's say this is, I mentioned Nathan Jones earlier. Those of you that don't know Nathan Jones, he's a well-known character actor. He played Boagrius in Troy. You know, he was a big dude that Achilles took down. I mean, he's been in Ong Bak. Like, he's been in so many movies because he's just a hulking character. But with somebody like that, they're going to be able to lift this. Right, so put a big weapon strap right there, maybe. Some kind of holder on the back. The other thing that's beautiful about silhouettes and thumbnailing is I can just keep layering on really cool little markings here and there, and it works regardless of where it is or how you put it down. See, like this, that wasn't thought of 20 seconds ago. But now I'm thinking, you know what, there's some possibility for some wrapping right here. Wrapping as in the clothing, wrapping around the body, and maybe some animal skin poking out through here. I'm already thinking about cool things that I can name this character. You know, like, is he a bad guy? Is he a nomad that just kind of travels the land? It almost looks like cowboy chaps right here. Didn't even mean to do that, but maybe that's the way the pants are kind of folding down. Maybe he's got a cybernetic type of guard on that leg. That'd be kind of neat. Okay, and maybe some clothing in the back hanging down, but I got to darken the front to make it look like there's some depth. Okay, so I definitely want to darken a little bit of the outer banks, or outer parts. There we go, something like that. And that weapon is definitely open for interpretation. If you want to say it's an axe, if you want to say it's something, you know, magical, that's fine. I don't even know how he would get that off and of his back, and I don't really care at this point. All right, so once we got a pretty good understanding of what we want for the outside here, I'm going to number that 2. Let's move on to 3. Let's just put 3 right here. Oh, I'm not done yet. Hold on, hold up. Sometimes I'll go back if I'm really intrigued about a design. I'll go, you know what? I can probably put an indication of maybe a mask there, something on the head. I have fun doing this, and I have so many ideas that I want to pull off of each individual thumbnail, but I have to stop myself. Okay, let's move on to number 3. So number 3, we got the shorter warrior. We have this big hulking warrior. Let's have a skinny one. Okay, so a skinny one, and we won't get too fancy with the stances yet, but I think the skinny one can offer us maybe a different type of stance, a little bit more wiry. He's still a warrior, or she. I'm trying to make these body types a little ambiguous. Oh man, what did I just do? Look at that lanky arm. Okay. I didn't realize I was drawing Valdo. That was totally unintentional, but there we go. Okay, so let's see what happens here. Let's try to make this one as humanly as possible. Maybe this one does have a hood. A little bit more mysterious. Okay, just very tall. Tall and wiry. I would not want to fight anybody that's tall and wiry because their reach is probably ridiculous. Put like a little fist right there. like he's in charge. So maybe this warrior isn't necessarily a fighter in the sense that carries around a lot of weaponry. Maybe this one is more magical. Maybe this warrior is like a wizard. You know, it would be cool. What if we give this wizard some headdress? You know, something kind of scary, I guess, but also regal. Now it's getting to the point where, hey, this is a warrior shaman. Okay, maybe the shaman has carrying some kind of bagging or something along the lines of, I don't know, traveling potions. He has to keep in a bag down here. It almost looked like a mace. Like a skinny little warrior carrying a mace. I don't, mace as in, you know, a spiked ball. I don't know if that would work too well. Okay, this is a little too short. Gotta lengthen that arm a little bit. Now there looks like there's something in that arm. You know what, folks? You're witnessing in real time. I have no idea what I'm drawing right here. And this is the fun part. So it looks like I have some extended calf muscles going. Okay, so we have a very athletic wizard warrior right here. Okay, let me color that in just so we can get an indication that, hey, the robe, whatever he's wearing, is casting a shadow on it. Let's put in a row of potions or pouches, maybe a side strap here. We don't want to duplicate a side strap that we've done already, so why don't we just X it off? Maybe there's 2 straps and 2 chest emblems. Maybe there's some indications of some trinkets, larger forearm guards, and maybe this is a bare arm right here. You know, like there's nothing covering it, and then this side is covered for a reason. Maybe there's an injury. Maybe this warrior has to travel the land hiding the tattoos so that he's not recognized as a sorcerer. Maybe he's trying to come off as just a nomad that you don't want anybody to know who you are. I also don't want to copy that hood on the other one. Oh yeah, well, I just made a pointed hood, so yeah, that's not attention grabbing. Total sarcasm on my part. Okay, so I think I did something that I didn't want to do. Here's the deal. I need to change part of the body here, so I think what I'll do, what if we just did this? What is that big thing? I don't know what that is. It looks like an ancient weapon. It's kind of like, I don't know, a bow and arrow. Maybe there's something at the top. You all can decide what that would be. This is the beautiful thing about silhouettes. Okay, and then this one, there we go. Okay, that changed enough. So now he's holding a spear. Let's just hint at what could be a really cool front, like the blade, and then maybe some decorations like feathers hanging down. You know, maybe this staff was cut out of some special wood and only this warrior could use it. That's decked out. That's like number 1 but on steroids. Okay, or what number 1 could be. Okay, let's move on. All right, so let's move on to, I'm not even going to put the number down yet. I'm just going to draw. All right, let's do something crazy here. And I don't know what's going to happen, but let's see. Draw a face. Okay, and then I'm just going to draw an oval. I'm just going to draw. It kind of looks like a robot. Maybe the face is not there. Maybe this is the head. Now I need to put my money where my mouth is and say, you know what? Allow yourself to fail. This might be a total and utter failure on my part. What is happening? I don't know. Is this the suit? Is this a suit? Okay, I'm in that oval stage of thinking, so Oh boy. Okay. Okay, now I'm just talking to myself as I'm desperately trying to see what's about to happen here. Okay, skinny arms coming out of a very fat suit. Maybe the head is... Oh, okay. There's a mask right there. Oh, okay, so that's the... Oh, man. All right. Folks, we may have ourselves one of the weirdest warriors I have ever drawn in my life. I mean, here I am up here for number 3 talking about this could be a wizard or a sorcerer hidden. This just looks like something out of, I don't know, Alice in Wonderland maybe. It's like a robot, but I'm going to put the head right in here, and it looks like the person in there has to be in this suit. So what if there's some really cool piping going on and cloth mixed together? It's kind of like steampunk. Okay, let's put some shapes out here that would make it seem like machinery is steam operated in the suit. I don't know what's happening. Okay, but you know what? It's giving me ideas here, so maybe it looks like propellers. Not quite, so maybe it's kind of like a canopy of clothing in the back. And I'll just put a indication of, hey, you know what? Maybe you shouldn't mess with this dude. Yep, I think that's the way it is. So skinny legs coming out of a very fat suit, but maybe the suit is giving it its power. You know, the funny thing is, as I'm drawing this fella, I'm thinking of Warhammer and how those like massive people wearing those suits are dwarfed by the actual suit. They're huge. So what if this body was somehow morphed to where this person that's in here has to wear the suit? So like 90% of the body is skinny and emaciated. You know, kind of like Darth Vader, but Darth Vader needs his suit because of the breathing. You know, Obi-Wan did a number on him. I mean, he sliced and diced him, and he needed it, and hit him in his lung, and he can't breathe. Think of Bane from Batman. He needs that mask in the front because his face was injured. So maybe this fella is just really evil. There we go. To tell you the truth, I think I'm happier with this design than I am with all the other ones. But here's the beautiful thing about thumbnailing, guys. Hopefully by now, if you're sketching along with me, you understand the importance of this. I couldn't have gotten to number 4 unless I started with number 1 and just loosened my brain up. I allowed myself to quote unquote fail and to experiment and explore on each one. And you're going to get to designs like this where all of a sudden it clicks. Something clicks and you're just like, I'm really onto something. And that's a beautiful thing about character design and creature design. That's why I love it so much. I mean, this could be a really cool warrior actually, or a boss. Like all these really cool, not curtains, but clothing hanging down in the back. Maybe this one has some kind of a big sheath right here. It's like a scabbard and indication of a big machete or something. Oh yeah, this is a boss. All right, this is a boss. Okay, so let's move on to number 5. This is really fun. If you're drawing along with me so far, then hopefully you've picked up some tips along the way. I think for this particular warrior, I want to focus on maybe a cool helmet or hairdo. I think that'd be kind of cool. So maybe something that's a little bit more intricate, and maybe a longer jawline or face. Notice how I'm not going into a lot of detail with the face. I don't want to do that because this is the thumbnail stage. The face isn't important if you're not focusing on faces to begin with. And also the shoulder, like the width, is a little bit more narrow. So we might be getting into a female warrior here. And like anything goes, male, female, doesn't matter. Some of these can be very ambiguous. For example, number 1, that could be a female too. She's cloaked. Maybe she's trying to get away with being a man because, they don't like women in a certain village. Maybe this big character right here is a woman. Maybe this is a female. It doesn't matter at this point. So it almost looks like she's wearing a veil. So let's say that these cool little shapes on top of the head are actually holding braided hair. That could be flowing in the wind. Maybe those are tubes, but I'm thinking how cool it would be if it was holding her hair like that, and then she has her hair up and, kind of like Queen Amidala did in the Star Wars films. She had an amazing fashion design. They did a great job with her fashion. Okay, so once we have that, and I also want to see how she could be standing. Maybe she is regal. And she is also a warrior, so she's probably going to need some armor on her forearm, maybe her shoulder, but again, I don't want to make her shoulders very bulking. Okay, so maybe she's holding a knife over here with 2 hands. And then maybe we can accentuate her legs a little bit. So let's see if standing like this. I don't know how this is really going to work, but I don't want to make her pigeon-toed like all female character design is. They pigeon-toe the female characters because they think it's cute. It is kind of cute. It just depends on, I guess, how you draw it. This does not look like a female. Again, I wasn't even trying. I'm just letting myself draw this. This is a very tall character, though. Could be female. Could be male. Could be a creature. Who knows? Okay. Maybe this character is trying to be very ambiguous, But this one is very skinny. And I have a lot of the gait. You can tell like the person's gait. These legs are kind of close together. This character is bigger, more hulking, so is this one, so a wider stance to take up more space. This one, however, it's almost as if he or she is just ready. Like they're just standing there, almost like a guard. A guard for a temple. Loose clothing. Very, very little. Maybe we can have an indication of something around the hip. Very possible. And down here for the calves, I do want to indicate that this person is at least capable of walking. Okay, so maybe there's some really cool covers for the ankles. Again, I'm just thinking as I'm drawing. There's no real set way that I want to make this character, other than it's very Nomad-like. I don't think this person really cares about what he or she is wearing. There's a lot of flowing clothing right here. And I did make a spear here. So maybe I don't want to make another long spear. I just want to have something with like a cool blade at the end. But it's shorter. Okay, so maybe it's two-handed. The hilt or whatever it is stops right there. I'll put the other hand. There we go. Having a lot of fun, guys, and I hope you are too. So if you've been drawing along with me, comment below, tell me what you're working on. If you haven't done so already, please check the links in the description for our Creature Design Workshop Discord. It's not just specific for creatures though. It's a bustling community for all aspiring artists, no matter what you want to learn. Okay, we have monthly creature design challenges, but we also encourage people to post in the critique forum. If you just want to show off your doodles that you're working on, your personal projects, we have portfolio consultations, we have critiques and all that. We just hit 5,100 members, which is crazy. So it's forever growing. You know, we're really glad if you stop by. If you don't want to join, that's totally up to you. If you've enjoyed today's lesson, I invite you to like, comment, and subscribe to my channel so you can learn more. I'm going to be posting 3 times a week now. So I'm going to be posting 2 long-form content videos where I give lessons about drawing, and then I'm going to be going live again each week. They're going to be on Fridays. I just can't be specific about the time, but you'll know ahead of time within 48 hours of what time that will be when I know my weekly schedule. Looks like a banshee, right? Like a spirit. Let's do something cool with just a helmet. There we go. So now if you were to see this in an RPG game, you know to stay away from that thing. Or maybe not, I don't know. But let's put a little bit more repetition for that design. So somewhere around the shoulders, maybe here on the side of the knees. That'd be kind of neat. And then maybe some of the clothing is pointed too, to carry on that pointed, I guess, design language. Okay, well now it looks like a tall dragon fruit. Those of you that know what dragon fruit is. Okay. Thank you all again for watching this, and hopefully you learned something. Listen, a lot of my lessons are about thumbnail sketching and the importance of this stage. Okay, so if you're having trouble coming up with ideas, I invite you to look and watch at my other videos. Okay, subscribe so at least you can get as much out of concept art as possible from my brain. All right, guys and girls, thank you all. Peace. Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. So we're going to break up today's lesson into 3 different parts. We're going to be sketching quick creature thumbnails. We're going to be choosing which one we think is the best and most intriguing, and then we're going to move down here and we're going to refine it. So I want you to grab your sketchbook and grab your drawing utensils, whether it's a pen or pencil. I'm going to be using both together actually. I actually did a video about how to mix pen and pencil together, and I want to go a little bit more in depth with it. So if you're drawing along with me now, you can see that I have 2 platforms here. It's more of the ground plane than anything, and I have my numbers set up. So we're going to do 4. We're not going to overwhelm ourselves with too many concepts. And the reason I'm starting the thumbnail process in pen is because it's ink, and it's going to force you to accept what you have drawn instead of grabbing the eraser thinking that you messed up. So I want you to know that when it comes to thumbnailing, there is no messing up, because you have to allow yourself to fail, for one, when you draw, but 2, anything goes in the thumbnail phase. Like you have no idea what's going to happen, and that's the beauty of it. So you can see here that I'm just placing some quick lines together. I'm lightly grasping my pen so that it doesn't force me to do anything too dark. Now typically what I'll do is I'll time myself how long to spend on a thumbnail. Like for example, I have my timer going on my phone right now, right next to my sketch pad. Usually it goes to about 3 to 5 minutes, so I think that's what I'm going to do per thumbnail, just to give me some clarity and some like more in-depth thinking about what's actually going on here. We're doing bugs. I think that's just a fun thing to do when it comes to thumbnailing. We don't have to think too hard. Insects are so cool in general, and there's a lot of different variety of insects out there. So you can see that there are some lines that are starting to overlap. When it comes to overlapping lines it's going to form its own form anyway. I don't know. I don't think I worded that correctly. What I mean is, if you're wondering about where to put the belly, where to put the face, where to put the horns and the spikes and everything, just let all this stuff happen naturally. So for example, when you look at this one, it kind of looks like a rhinoceros beetle, how this big appendage is coming out. And that formed naturally because of the scribble marks that I made, that big swooping motion. I was not thinking of making big pincers or anything along those lines. It could be kind of mixed with a mammal too. And also the great thing about keeping things light when it comes to first starting a thumbnail is all of the overlapping lines actually fill in gaps, and then it looks like you're shading with a pen. Like this, because I can easily just do some simple hatching, and those lines crisscrossing are making it look like I shaded it. Yeah, this almost looks like a rhino mixed with a rhinoceros beetle. So you can see here I'm kind of intrigued by the underbelly of this thing, so that's why I darkened it a little bit. I'm just pressing a little harder. Another technique I like doing is making sure that the ground plane is evident. There's no question that the ground is there. Okay, so I'm going to take my pencil. Oh, by the way, Bic ballpoint ultra round stick grip. I have an Amazon store that's attached right to my YouTube channel. If you just click on that link in the store, you can find that. It's in the description. I mean, you can buy them single like this, or you can buy them in packs. Okay, so I'm taking a 4B pencil, and I'm just going to lightly dust on value right on top of the ink. I'm not going to go hog wild with this technique because there's no point. Remember, this is the thumbnail stage. I've already been drawing for 4.5 minutes on this. So I'm just going to lightly put in a belly shadow, press a little harder on the belly, and just release pressure as I go up the body. Okay, now once I have that one, it's been about 5 minutes, I'm just going to move on to thumbnail number 2. So whenever we do thumbnails, like with me being a creature designer, I'm just going to use that as the frame of reference. I always try to make sure that the next silhouette looks nothing like the first silhouette. So that one was like a big fat rhino hippo insect. This one, I immediately started off and it looked like a plant, like a ficus mixed with a mushroom. So let's see what happens. Speaking of plants and mushrooms and fungus, if you're a creature designer, one of the best ways to get inspired if you're having trouble, studying animals, or you're just not finding any inspiration currently, look at plants. If you look at plants, if you look at plants, they have such amazing shapes, especially the exotic plants from the jungles. You think about Indonesia, Borneo, the rainforest jungles of China. It's just really awesome stuff. So I'm just going to be scribbling on shapes here. If you're following along with me, thank you for, hopefully being inspired by this technique. I've noticed that throughout the videos that I've been posting on my channel, the ones that resonate the most with people are these. Either when I'm mixing media or I'm doing thumbnail sketching. And I am happy to say that I will be bringing in more lessons about basic shapes. I started off my foundational channel. Look at that eyeballs. I wasn't even trying, but okay, I committed now, so I can't stop. That's disgusting. But I have a foundational channel where I go over, like a cube, and then drawing folds and fabric. I'm going to be adding so much more to that channel, or I'm sorry, that playlist, because I am also interested in starting my digital products that's going to be coming out soon, and that means foundational drawing. So let's say you're unable to go to school and learn this stuff. Well, I taught school. I've been a teacher for 12 years. I taught foundation in person at university, in multiple schools. So I'm just going to be basing those lessons off of actual syllabi and what we did as a class. And I had to teach graphic designers, fashion designers, and industrial designers about how to draw products, how to draw cubes, cones, cylinders, and spheres, still life, drawing skulls, folds, fabric, shading it, putting a spotlight on it, you name it. See, look, I love the way it's so much fun to do this and how thumbnails can unfold. I wasn't even planning on doing anything spider related, but it just so happens that that's what's coming out. So I'm just going to add in a little bit more darkness down here. One of the things that I like doing, aside from just making the ground darker to convey shadow, is that whenever the figure touches that line, I like to darken up that area to make it look like it's attached to it, and it makes it look like it's part of an environment or the ground plane that it's standing on. So those of you drawing on white background, because this is moleskin paper, so this is a bit cream color, and I have a warm light on this. I had somebody comment the other day, why does everything look so orange or brownish or tan? It's because most of it is. To my upper left right here, I have a studio spotlight shining on this. Okay, let's put in a little bit of shading right here on the face. Not much. Even thumbnail sketches have focal points. So it's dirty, gritty, messy, it looks like a hairball. But even when you do this, it helps bring attention to some areas you spent most time on and that you're most intrigued by. All right, so once we have that, I think that's working quite well. Got another, oh, you know what? I can go back over with the ink. Let's add in some shadow. Looks like there's a deep set area right inside what would appear to be the clavicle area for that creature. And then maybe up here with that regal headdress. Maybe indicate some spikes on top. Oh man, I'm liking this one. You see that? And this is one of the things that I was going to mention about when you do thumbnail sketches. How do you know which one to choose? Well, when we get all 4 done, you guys can help me choose. And I'll show you why I go to the design that I do. Let's go to number 3. Okay, so we have a big beefy rhinoceros creature, and then we have one that looks like a plant. Well, which one could we do now? How about one that is just a sphere? Okay, so good sphere drawing technique. You know what? Not just one sphere. Why don't we do a couple? Just random ones. I have no thought process as to why I'm doing this. I'm just letting it happen, and let's see. I could draw the coronavirus. It could be some ancient bacteria, or it could be a creature that has very weird bulbous shapes. I'm always a fan of creatures that have weird shapes to them, mainly because we don't know what's out there. And not knowing what's out there in space and, wherever else, whatever dimension is, existing, these shapes kind of really bring out the imagination. All right, so these bulbous shapes could act like poison sacs on it. And I think what could be even cooler is if this creature didn't have legs at all. It was just floating, almost like an infected puffer fish. When you see puffer fish puff out under the ocean when they're about to be attacked by a predator. That's what they do. That's their defense mechanism. But what if this creature lived on a gaseous planet and it had to float? But you know what that means, though. We gotta go Lovecraftian with this. And what do all Lovecraftian creatures have in common? Most of them have tentacles. When in doubt, add tentacles. There we go. So maybe the tentacles are kind of coming out the back of this. There's a lot of possibilities, though, with these. I mean, you could make the tentacles coming out of the bulbous shapes. That would be kind of neat. But I think the bulbous shapes serve a different purpose. Maybe that's what the air sacs are made of, and you can't have any obstruction. See how I'm just taking my pen and I'm just letting my mind go free. I'm not worrying too much about scales, fur, spikes, anything like that. I'm just kind of letting the marks do what they want, and I'm okay with it. Remember what I said in the beginning, let yourself fail. Well, there's no failure in the thumbnail stage, but even when you're refining it, it's okay to mess up. I think that's what hinders a lot of artists, and I'm going to mention that in all of my lessons, just for the people that are new and that don't know who I am and haven't seen any of my videos before. When we try to perfect our sketches, even in this stage, what happens? Well, we end up overcorrecting what once was a very good sketch. Raise your hand if that has happened. Raise my hand. That's happened countless times over the years. And also this particular method where we do thumbnail sketching, you may not be an artist. You may be sketching for the first time in years, and that's great. Congratulations, and I'm glad that you're potentially starting on your new sketching journey. This type of method, when you draw, it doesn't require a lot of thinking, a lot of worrying about anatomy, worrying about drawing technique. Man, I'm telling you, worrying about drawing technique when you have to design something cool, because those are two different things. When you're not worried about anatomy, when you're not worried about shading techniques and line quality and line weight, and you just have a really good idea that you want to get out, that is when your true potential is unlocked. Right. Like, I'm sure that some of you have heard the notion that some of the best businesses ever and the best inventions were drawn on napkins. It's 100% true. Where the person doing the inventing didn't care about what it looked like. All they cared about is the idea. Okay, we're going to do something a little funky here. I remember about a month or maybe a month ago, I did Captivating Characters, that video, where we did a character sheet, but one of the girls was shaped like a triangle. I think I'm going to do a creature shaped like a triangle. I know I did that in a couple other ones. Maybe there's like a little triangle shape on the side here. I don't know what's going to happen, but remember, these are insects, so let's put a joint of a leg right here. Maybe I'll go to the side of the critter, and then two small little, I don't know, mandibles? Maybe? Oh, you know what? What if we put two big ones right here? So in the front, it's almost like it has hooked hands. Oh, we're going Lovecraftian in this, but we're also going deadly. Could I have done a nice insect? Yes, but come on, you guys know me by now. Hardly any of my creatures turn out sweet, cute, cuddly, and bubbly. It ain't happening. Not that that's bad. Nope. I've had to draw several big projects where the creatures were rather friendly, not grotesque and alien-like. But I prefer the scary. And you know what, guys and girls? I am starting to really like this one more than any of the other ones. I think it's because that silhouette of the, like the triangle at the top, followed by the roundness in the back, it's giving me a lot of ideas. I was going towards number 2 at first, but my heart is leaning towards 1. So we're going to start the second phase of this task here in a second, or in a minute. I'm sorry if I sniffed. I don't know what it is about fall time. It's October and the dry air and everything. It just wreaks havoc on people's sinuses. My head was hurting a couple days ago, and I never get sick, but my 2 boys are in first grade, and my youngest is in daycare still. He's going to be in kindergarten next year. They bring home all kinds of viruses, and those of you that have children, you know what I'm talking about. I pride myself for years on having a great immune system. Okay, I'm going to let you in on a little dorky secret about myself. From 8th grade until graduating senior year of high school. Okay, we're talking like 5 years. I didn't miss one single day of school. One single day. I was obsessed about getting perfect attendance because I never got sick. Now that I have kids, oh man. Okay, I'm really liking this sketch. So we're at number 4 now. If you're drawing along with me, if you've done 4 thumbnails, by now, when you're looking around your other drawings, one of them should be captivating your attention a little bit. Okay, so here's what happened. This is the journey that we went on. Okay, number 1 was a warm-up. Number 2 I really liked. Number 3 was vastly different than that shape. And number 4 is similar to number 2, but kind of like a reimagining. And I didn't even realize I was doing it until I had the legs coming out on the side. Now this body shape is a little different. Obviously that's a triangle. So what I'm thinking is I'm eliminating 2 and I'm eliminating 3. There's just not enough there for me to make a good decision on something that excites me. Yeah, I could go further with number 3 because it's so weird. I could go with number 1, but I've done that before. 2 and 4 are really intriguing. Now, when it comes to a presence, I'm thinking number 2. I think this one is going to be, if I were to see this in a dream, I would probably wake up because of this one. I wouldn't wake up because of this one. I'd probably want to pet it or something. So we're going to get rid of number 4. Do you see how quickly I did that? I'm being my own art director. That's another skill in itself. You have to learn how to self-edit. Okay, so this is part 2 of the lesson. Number 1 is my choice. You see how quickly that process went. Now, if you have a whole page full of thumbnails, you're going to do the same thing. You're going to start eliminating one by one things that really aren't working. You got to trust your gut when it comes to your own thumbnails. Now, if you're hired by a team, they're going to help you choose, obviously, but they're also going to ask, hey, which one intrigues you the most? Because they want you to be excited about what you're doing. That's another point that I'm trying to make in this lesson. You can't really go forward with an idea if you're not excited about it. Which kind of brings me to like a little side point in your portfolios. Stop making stuff that you think other people want to see. Bring energy and excitement into things that you want. Because ultimately, people want to see what you're up to. They want to see your style, your interpretation, what you want to do. And if you do so, more love, enthusiasm, and detail are going to come out in what you love doing versus what you think you should be doing. That's probably why your portfolios aren't good. That's why mine used to not be good. I would do stuff based on what I thought the public needed to see, what teams needed to see. And it's just like, you know what, I'm just going to keep drawing creepy, hairy alien bug stuff. And then all of a sudden, of course I sprinkled in kind of cliches, but not really cliches, but environments based on styles of my creatures. And lo and behold, things started to happen. It's good. All right. Step number 1, 4 thumbnails. Step number 2, choosing it. Guess what? We're going to do number 2. And we're going to bring number 2 down here, and we're going to refine that sketch. And that's part 3 of the lesson. Okay, everyone, this is going to be part 3 of our thumbnail refinement lesson. I'm doing number 2 up here, so I'm going to move my sketchbook up just a tad. If you want to go back and see that thumbnail, just go back on the video a little bit so you can see what I'm choosing. Now, I'm going to do the ground plane. I'm going to hold my pen very lightly, and I'm just going to scoot across the page like this to make a horizontal line. So what is this line? That is going to be my ground plane. Now, here's the thing. Whenever you refine a thumbnail sketch, all you have to do is get the basic silhouette in. The silhouette is going to be your prized point for it because everything that happens inside of the silhouette is going to be secondary as far as details go. What I'm doing now is I'm just kind of brushing on a center line. I get asked a lot, how do you draw so lightly with a ballpoint pen? Two things. One, I don't push hard. And two, I tilt my hand to the side. The ballpoint itself still allows ink to come out if you tilt it. Most of the time we have to push completely down like this. Well, if you turn it to the side, it decreases the amount of ink coming out. You have to have a light touch though. Alright, so let's put in that head. I like that head area right there. It's like an insect, but not quite. Alright, so the other thing that you might be wondering, and I'm just going to say it, how much time do you spend on the refinement stage? Well, I always tell my students no less than 10 to 15 minutes when you just refine a thumbnail. Now, it also depends on the level in which you're at. Not drawing ability, but in the design phase. So let's say you've already have several 10 to 15 minute refined sketches. Okay, well then the next stage, you're going to have to refine it more. And if you need a time for that, I would say minimum of 30, and the sky's the limit. There we go. Okay, so you can see here I'm kind of piecing together the head. I'm already confident about the head shape, so that's why I'm darkening it up with the pen. Now I know that there's going to be a bunch of eyes on here. It's probably not going to be symmetrical, but we'll see. And there's also going to be things that I'm adding. Like I know right off the bat, I didn't really have any proboscis or any kind of pincers for that creature. It was just the head. So how cool would it be if I did that? Now, I'm also happy about putting some eyes in here, and I'm going to make that asymmetrical. So some tiny ones, some mid-sized ones. Remember, this is alien. It's nothing from Earth. And when it comes to creating creatures, you need to push the boundaries of your own designs. A lot of times we remain too reserved about our creations. Whenever I have my students collect reference images from nature, they collect animals that intrigue them, okay, of Earth. It could be insectoid, subterranean, winged, marine life, mammals, quadrupeds, it doesn't matter. And then what they do is they narrow down their choices to animals that they really like one or two. Do you like quadrupeds that have hooves? Do you like insects? And then what happens is they start to design their creatures, but it's too straightforward. So if you're combining two animals, it just looks like a pig mixed with an elephant and has a dragon tail or something, like a Komodo dragon tail. What can you do to help push your design? That's where creature design comes in. Push your designs to something we haven't seen. Don't play it safe. Like, what are you doing? Why play it safe in these designs? There's no point. All right, so I'm looking up at that design and I'm going, well, the silhouette calls for this big M shape. And I'll show you what I mean in a minute. It's got these big thick legs right there. This one has big thick leg right there. It's an M. All right, so that's the main attention grabber. Despite the head too, because the head is pretty gnarly. You got this big regal headdress right here. It could be used for warding off predators. It could be used for mating. It could be used to show dominance in any situation. I don't know. Okay, so I'm not going to just settle for ovals for kneecaps and call it that. No, we're just getting started. So I'm looking at this design up here and I'm like, how can I push that design in the refinement stage? I'm going to show you how to actually push it. So I got the head in here and I'm happy with the head shape. I'm going to use some of the ink and fill in the eyeballs. Another little trick that I like doing that's really good with pen is if you want to give the illusion that black eyes have a highlight on them and making them look wet, you just color it in around the center and leave the tone of the paper in the center of it, and it looks like there are little dots of a highlight on there. So you don't have to go back and add any special like white colored pencil or gouache or whatever you want to use. Just little tricks. Work smarter, not harder. Right? That's what they say in finance. Work smarter, not harder. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that face, and I want to put a little bit of attention to it. So I'm scooting my hand out of the way, and I'm adding some shading going up that head because it is bulbous and round. So when I start at the bottom down by the pincers, I'm going to keep them black to show how menacing they could be. It kind of looks like a mutated camel spider in the head. Anyway, by shading this across, doing a little bit of hatching, that lightly, if you press with the ballpoint pen, the shading does come out. So notice how the highlight is up there on top of the head right here, and it looks round. That's what I want. Okay, let's push this design. You know that I need to add in some extra set of grabbing hands right here. Oh, and we're not done. We're going to put 2, but we're going to make 1 have a hook. Because why not? This could be a boss creature for some kind of underground or cave sector that soldiers have come into. You know, maybe they crash landed on some strange alien planet and they go inside this mysterious cave. They see some spider webs or something. Like, ooh, like that could be very deadly. Okay, then what you can do is you can start playing around with these joints and make them look insectoid. You know, you like put in the kneecap and then make parts separate from the knee. Let's sharpen them up a little bit. Notice how it's not perfectly symmetrical. I made this one come in just a little bit more. A cool trick for anything sharp on your creature, like a spike, a tusk, tooth, hand, you darken the tip where it's the sharpest, so it brings attention to the deadliness of it. There we go. I've also found that in nature, some of the most deadly insects are always dark. I don't know why. You got the beetles, you got the ants. Whenever I see the color red on an insect, I immediately go, that's going to kill you. You're going to get stung by a bee. Or a velvet ant, or a bullet ant, something like that. All right, let's keep going. So let's do something cool with this knee. Maybe we'll put like 2 spikes on here, skinny it up, and then we'll put some shape on the rest of that leg. There we go. Okay, now, even in the refinement stage, nothing here has to be perfect. But the reason I'm paying attention to one leg is because once I flesh that out, I got a much better understanding of what I need to do to that one. Now, I'm going to have to give the illusion that there is a bending joint underneath everything, or else that won't work. And then the second leg can probably come up and bend right behind it. Now the refinement stage also calls for depth. Okay, you don't want to just end up with everything looking flat. So in the back here, I already have an idea of what I want the legs to look like based on that front one. So I'm going to give a slight hint of what it looks like in the background. You can see now how I'm pushing this design to new levels. But we're not done with this one. I mean, like the design itself is not solidified. I'm not happy with it. I'm just going to keep going until I feel like it's a complete thing. There we go. But how do you know when it's a complete thing? Well, if you can clearly see a silhouette established and it's not, it hasn't gone through the different levels of design yet, like head design, muscles, anatomy and stuff, but you got that base in there, that's when you should stop and evaluate. Let the team evaluate it. There we go. Get that headdress in there. There's a lot of really cool things we can do with this. I think drawing that center line is really going to help, because this is going to become a crest. It's not going to become a peacock set of feathers or whatever like I originally had here. This kind of looks like a peacock. There's nothing wrong with that, but I think I'm going to harden a lot of the shapes to make it look like a frill. Kind of like a Triceratops, Styracosaurus, Monoclonius, the Protoceratops, all the frilled dinosaurs. All right, so one other thing that I am going to do now that my chair keeps rubbing against my desk. Sorry if you hear that little, it's almost like a soft rubber rubbing against the edge of a desk. That's what it is. It's my chair. But what we'll have to do now is add some counterweight to the front of this creature. So very lightly in the back, I'm going to make a leg that you can see in the shadows. This is, yes, it's perspective for one, but atmospheric perspective. I'm going to make it look like there's atmosphere in here, but also something in the back to help this creature stand up. So then I'm going to darken the outline of the front legs and then the mid leg. Remember what I said in the beginning? Establish the silhouette. That's the most important part. We get that silhouette in there, you can't go wrong with it. So even in the back where the shoulder is. And then if things aren't clear, take your pen and you outline the big shapes by still keeping the nice little intricate details in there. So down here in the belly, I don't want to ruin the pinchers. So I'm just going to take my pen lightly, shade directly over everything, and I'm going to stop where the belly is in the background. And then that's it. Just having that little hint of, hey, there's structure back there. That's going to allow so many interpretations for what the thumbnail could be, and that's what you ultimately want. Okay, so I'm going to tilt my sketchbook just a little because it's facing the camera, but I'm kind of leaning to the side here, so I'm going to turn it. Hopefully you guys can still see it. I'm going to get that other leg in here, so I'm just going to do some good old straight line measuring very lightly with my pen so I know where the tops of each leg are. And again, the shapes, they don't have to be perfect, not at all, but ballpark accuracy, because they were kind of there to begin with. But I'm starting to notice that as I'm sketching this creature, it definitely needs more time to simmer. Kind of like food. You need to marinate the design a little bit. What that means is I would probably take a step back from this and I wouldn't commit to anything if I had to refine it further. Because there's still a lot of the design phase that needs to be figured out. For example, what these joints are actually doing. Because as a concept artist, you are responsible for making the entire concept workable and functional. It's not 3D artist's job. The 3D department is just going to model what you drew. So if what you drew isn't making any sense, they don't know that. And it's not fair to them to have to design something to finish it. I think that happens a lot. I know I've mentioned that before. Oh, see? That's why I measured it. That spike wasn't high enough on the knee, so I have that as a reference. But what I'm saying is, as a concept artist, it's up to us to intrigue and to bring about something we haven't seen before, and also make it believable. You have to make these creations believable so that after all is said and done and you have something nicely rendered and animated, or not just animated, not there yet, but drawn in 2D, and go, you know what? That thing is definitely a living, breathing beast that could be living in an atmosphere or a planet that I made. Okay, here's another measurement right here, that little straight line going across. That's that back knee joint that's out of focus, just to indicate that there's a leg back there. Like how insects have those long legs in the back, like crickets, man, katydids, leafhoppers. those types of insects where it's really long. Just to show like, hey, there's an extra set of legs back there to help this thing walk. You know, this thing is 6-legged, so technically 8 if you want to count these as legs and the front. But you can see here I'm just brushing over my pen, putting in an indication of some feet, maybe some thickness in the joints here. But that's it, folks. There's a lot of depth that you can achieve with the pen simply by not pressing hard. Just remember that part. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the depth, look at the design right now and go, how can I bring the design forward? What do I want you to pay attention to? Well, 1, the face. But 2, these arms right here are definitely attention grabbers. So I'm just going to darken the outline of the arms, and then the torso, I'm going to make the neck start up here and roll over this way. It's almost like the body is shaped like an onion. And I'm going to darken the tips of the arms only to bring them forward on top of that onion shape. So now you can just see the outline of the onion, but the legs are still in front to help the depth. Again, this is the thumbnail stage. We are not illustrating some beautifully rendered piece where we have to get all of the atmospheric perspective just right, the depth or anything. We're just indicating what's there. We're not finalizing what's there. That is the beauty of being a concept artist, but it's also the challenge of being a concept artist. We want to put so much detail into something right away, and we're not self-checking what we're making. All right, so it looks like now to play off of the values happening around the creature, I'm going to have to darken most, if not all, of those arms right there. I'm going to leave a little bit of the tone of the paper in between the pen strokes to show that there's a shine to the surface of the insect. Okay, well, last but not least, we're going to use the final 5 minutes or so to help with the regality. So we're going to make something kind of cool, almost Evangelion. A thing that'll help with symmetry is if you add one thing that you like on one side, immediately go to the other side and draw that. So I'm just going to put some lines going up here to kind of honor what I originally had without going all peacock on you. Okay. So I'm just going to play off some of these shapes that I originally had here. Alright, so I want to make sure if I do a straight line measurement, just lightly glide my pen across here. You want to make sure that those are straight too, so just sit up straight, look over your drawing to make sure that your perspective is right. So if you do the center line coming down here to help break the drawing in half, you also have a 90-degree angle for that. You know, it's perpendicular, it's crossing it. It's a cross. You want that. Here's another one right here. So let's just do another line across to measure the top of that part of the crest so that I know where to go on the other side. See how those straight lines are helping my measurements now? I'm kind of thickening where I need to thicken them and go as high as I can in places where I need to go there. It's not going to be perfect. You have to. This is where you have to allow yourself to just breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that you went from all of these dirty, gritty sketches, and then you ended up with something kind of neat that you can possibly go forward with. Okay, now the crest itself is important, so I'm just darkening up a little bit. The edges, remember what I said. Oh, it's also asymmetrical here a little bit. The silhouette is key. Details are secondary. If you don't have a strong silhouette for your creations, characters, props, creatures, it doesn't matter. It's going to be boring. And who wants to be a boring concept artist? You definitely don't want to be a boring concept artist. The feet, that can be figured out. So what I'm going to do now, move some stuff over. Let's darken up the ground plane. Just kind of brushing my pen across here, almost like a paintbrush. I'm not doing anything fancy, folks. It's just a light touch, that's all it is. So the shadow is going to be darkest right underneath the creature. I'm brushing my pen across, and then directly under the feet, and you're going to kind of fade them off thick to thin. Okay. So, I'm just going to put refined. Make sure I'm not smearing my ink. This is refined. I'll just put that down. Okay, so if you went along this journey with me, we did 4 thumbnails. We got better each time, but we kind of went back to the one that was most intriguing. We took that as, the next step would be to choose and to narrow it down. And then we went to phase 3, which is the refined sketch. Now, if you want to take this further after this lesson, I suggest you take this and then go to another page and do 3 to 4 different views of that one, but spend more time on the sketch. So for example, this took, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, I guess. What you should do now is spend a minimum of 30 worrying about let's look at the head, front 3/4, / rear 3/4. Okay, and then look at other aspects like functional feature. So functional feature. You should do this with no matter what creature you design. Start fleshing it out, start making it believable. Okay, let's recap. Thumbnail stage, thumbnail refinement stage, and then you're going to take your creature to the next level and start adding elements to it. And I'll be happy to do a part 2 of this video in the future. So, the other thing that I want to mention before we close shop today is if you visit the links in the description below and in the pinned comment, there is a creature design workshop that I have nearing 5,000 members. It's a majorly bustling community growing every single day. We have monthly creature design contests, which is a lot of fun. At any given time, there's like 1,000 active members posting pics of daily exercises that they do. They have their own sketchbook threads. We have a huge, ever-growing reference cache where we can, even all walks of life are joining our Discord. You could be a financial guru, you could be a pet owner, you could be a cowboy, a cowgirl, like an astronaut, doesn't matter. We got people doodling from all over the world. And we, collect reference, we give critique, and everybody's just getting better and learning how to, become a master at their craft. The other link that I want to mention is my creature design workshop. Now, my Discord is where I ran the workshop through, but that workshop itself is stopping in January because I simply can't keep up with it anymore. But I do have an online course I teach for Computer Graphics Master Academy that I've been teaching for 8 years. It's a full online school, and my class is Creature Design for Film and Games. Fall is taking place as we speak. We're in, I believe, week 3 or 4 now. Crazy how time goes. But if you want to make early sign-ups, I do suggest that you do so sooner rather than later because spots fill up. Classrooms have a 20-seat capacity, and they do fill up, especially in the later time period of the early sign-ups. So we start in January, but if you don't sign up now, then it'll probably be until March or April, where you can do it again. So take a look at the links in the description below. Also, if you're interested in what art supplies I have, I've linked my online Amazon store. That's ever growing too. I just add tools that I love using to that list, so then you don't have to peruse Amazon figuring out like, where do I buy this? Where do I get this? Where do I get that? I just have a store for it right there. So it's a lot of fun. All right, so hopefully today was a blast and you started your day off with an awesome sketch. Okay, there we go, folks. Adding in some details here, letting the pen flow freely across my sketchbook. Shapes that I definitely am confident with, I just get a little bit darker with it. And last but not least, we got to add in the human scale. Okay, so I'm just going to put a little person down there. There it is. Just a little indicator. It doesn't have to be a fancy dude. Got a little MC Hammer pants or whatever. That's a human. This is our big boss creature. Okay? Now, you know the next step. You know me by now. We're going to name this. Please comment below if you have an awesome name for this creature. Give it a boss name. You know, something menacing. I've always been a huge fan of Warhammer 40K and also Diablo, because they all have awesome names for the angels and the demons and all the creatures that come out. You know, let's give this thing an awesome name. I read all comments, every single one, even the haters. I like the hater comments. Okay, thanks for tuning in and watching. Hopefully you have an awesome sketch page. This is what we did today, so I'm glad that you were at least able to get some scribbles in before you go to work, or maybe to wind your day down. Until next time, folks, peace. Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. Today's lesson is a little bit different than what you're normally used to. We are going to be combining a ballpoint pen with a 4B pencil. So you're probably wondering, wait a minute, can you even do that? And the answer is yes. I'm going to show you how. Now it's going to be in thumbnail form, so we're not going to be sketching no huge work of art that's going to take 15, 20 hours or multiple days. I want you to grab your sketchbooks because I'm going to teach you how to do some thumbnail sketching if you haven't seen my videos before. If you're new to this, I just want you to grab whatever paper you have around you and just start doodling and scratching on some lines, yeah. So I thought today we could mix some plants and some creatures together. Those usually offer really cool ideas. Now, when you do thumbnail sketches, the point is you don't want to go too crazy with the details. You're just letting your mind wander, and this is a really good way to get your brain out of the comfort zone. So each artist, you know, watching this, and maybe that we'll see it at some point, we all have our comfort zones that we go to when we're doing our artwork. Certain shapes, certain, I guess, certain ways that we start versus how we finish. Sometimes we have trouble finishing. The good thing about thumbnailing is that all of the lines that we put down are open to interpretation. You probably heard the term, I've thrown this around, idea factory. So you want to be an idea factory whenever you're doing thumbnails. So personally for me, my shapes tend to be more insectoid. You know, like you can see small flaps over here, but I'm putting leaves on it, and maybe some vines or branches, maybe a root system going down here. It's just growing up, I obsessed about bugs. So I wasn't an entomologist. I didn't want to be that. I actually wanted to be a paleontologist because I was obsessed with dinosaurs more than bugs. Go figure. But as I got older and I really started to like the monsters and dinosaurs, especially after Jurassic Park came out, my brain just said, hey Bobby, you're going to do creatures for the rest of your life, and you're going to do environments for the creatures, you're going to do crazy armor, and I think it just stuck with me. Okay, so you're probably wondering, wait a minute, you're putting all these ink lines down, how the heck are you going to put pencil in there? Well, we're almost there. Okay, notice how I'm not focusing on one small area too much. Again, I'm just letting my brain flow. Now, I have no idea what I just drew. That's the point. So, well, most of the time when we jump into these sketches of ours, we have this idea in our head of what we want to put down on paper. And if you're sculpting in 3D, you have this image in your head of what you're going to sculpt. The thing is, we don't really get to see the true potential of those things until we flesh out the entire body. Okay, so you can see all these little squiggly marks going across the body. Those lines are eventually going to show up with the pencil. Now, I've been on this, what, 3 minutes? It's almost 4 minutes. That's good. Stop there. And you're going to take a pencil like this. And then, this is why I want you to use a ballpoint pen and not liquid ink. So don't use the gel pens or whatever, because those take a little longer to dry, and they're really not good for drawing unless you're inking comics. Same thing with Repeatograph. Repeatograph is amazing. I love those pens. They're good for the super, super fine details, and they're great for stippling. So what you're going to do now is very lightly put a one-directional layer of graphite across the thumbnail, like this. And then I'm just going to turn the paper a little bit, and I'm going to do it again, like this. So you can see here, this is different. You're probably not used to seeing these two mediums mixed together. We have ink, and then we have pencil. Now, the great thing about using the ink is, again, all the lines show up regardless of how hard you push with the graphite. So now what I'm doing is I'm looking at certain areas where I know that it's going to be a little darker, but again, this is a thumbnail, so you don't want to spend too much time on these, maybe another minute. This is different than my other teachings where you time yourself with your cell phone 2 to 3 minutes tops for just a basic thumbnail. Since we're combining tools, this is going to be a little bit more helpful to just go about 5 or 6 minutes. Like this. And I'm even treating my pencil marks the same way I did the ink. And here you can see the harsh shadow underneath there. And then I can take the ballpoint pen and I can go right back over some areas where I know that the least amount of light is touching. So anywhere on the underbelly of whatever the heck I just drew is, I'll know that the pencil just isn't going to get, or I'm sorry, the light is just not going to get there. So now that shows up really well. And then you're done. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So I'm just going to grab my pen again. Here's the other really cool thing about using ballpoint when you start off, is that, and I've said this before about you should avoid erasers. Well, this is going to force you to not erase because there isn't one. So that's what you want to ultimately achieve. Now, I don't want to copy this. So I'm going to try some different shapes here. Let's try some, maybe a plant that has alien-like exotic fruit. And I'm making the ellipses and ovals as dynamic as possible. I want to add a little bit of chaos in here. Differentiate the sizes of them. Okay, so now there's a lot of energy happening within that, and I've barely drawn anything. That's when you know your thumbnail is going to be successful. Now I'm just going to put the stem, or the stalk, whatever you want to call it, flowing right into what looks to be like a conch shell, or even a beetle. I don't know. Because again, remember, we wanted to mix creatures and plants together. So we'll see how this is going to happen. I can't promise anything, folks. I don't know. But if you're drawing along with me, number them. Okay, so this is number 1. Try to keep your, here's number 1. Try to keep your sketchbook nice and neat. Okay, and then maybe if I turn a little bit like this, you guys can see it a little better. Okay, so again, I'm not going to think about this too hard. On the actual stalks, and then the circle part, so I guess the bud can come out of here, or it's a creature and maybe there's extra legs coming out. Maybe I can put tiny little hairs, and if I want the hairs to really show up regardless of the amount of detail surrounding it, I'm going to push pretty hard on those little hairs. If you're a dude and you haven't shaved yet, you'll know what that looks like on your face. It looks like stubble. That's what we're putting on here, stubble. There we go. And now just little dots. You don't need anything fancy, just little dots here and there. Kind of spread them apart. Make sure that when you're doing something like this, You're putting in dots. It's a specific texture. So you need to give the illusion that that texture is wrapping around the shapes that you're drawing. So on the edges of the ovals, I'm making sure that the bristles, or the little, whatever you want to call them, hairs, stand out. And I'm not pushing as hard, because that puts the lines in depth. Just don't push hard. People ask me, how do you get so light with a ballpoint? I say, I just don't push hard. And I push harder when I want them to come in frame. There we go. And then what would be kind of cool is maybe this plant is alive to the point where it doesn't like where it's growing, so it just jumps. And then it goes to another patch of, I wouldn't say earth because it's not going to be on earth, patch of ground, and then it grows there. It likes it better. It's kind of creepy actually. So I'm just going to put some really dark lines right underneath everything, because I know based on the light source that I want. If the light source is up here, I'm just going to draw a little arrow. If the light source is up top, I know that everything on the underbelly is going to be darker, including some of the sphere. Okay, over here, because you have foundations, it's core shadows. But again, these are thumbnails, so we're not freaking out about making the core shadow wrap perfectly around the oval shapes. Okay, so we got that. That's all I want. I'm going to take my pencil again. Always make sure that this is sharp. Those of you that are new to my channel, I really stress this in just about every video that I teach, and making sure that when you're sketching that the graphite is sharp. Dull pencils make dull drawings, and you definitely don't want to do that unless it's a specific area that you're shading and you get that nice little flat spot on your pencil, then it's okay. So eventually you're going to have to turn the pencil over. Okay, so I'm switching directions like this, and I'm just going to put the pencil right over the ink. There we go. Now, you're viewing this on a computer or your mobile device. You're not really going to see the full effect unless you do this in real life. So if you're drawing along with me with both of these tools, hopefully you can start to see the effect that this has, and it's really, really cool. Because I can spend a lot of time putting my own details with a pencil in here, even though the ink is in there too. And what it does is it just offers a really good, like a juxtaposition of two different things. Okay, you can still put depth in there. You can still put shading. Okay, because it's, let's face it, it's a little harder to shade with a pen than it is a pencil. Let's make sure, nope, that's not number 3, that's number 2. Made a goof. Okay, let's go on to number 3. Let's try something new here. Think about some cool animals and also some plants that we like. We like the succulent plants. Those are just really good for households. So maybe we could do something like that. I kind of did that up here, but this is more of, it looks like cabbage or lettuce. So let's say we're adding in some stalks. Let's open them up like this. I don't know how this is going to turn out, so you guys are going along with this journey with me. Okay, maybe like that. Now we could do something different down here. See how I'm just kind of throwing the lines together? This really, this is what makes thumbnailing so much fun. Okay, so now it looks like the root system has a bunch of long legs. Oh, subconsciously, I guess I was thinking of a crab with a succulent plant face. So now it looks like this thing can just get up and walk. Cool. Let's see where this goes. And that was me just experimenting and not really thinking about anything too hard. Now sometimes you're going to find yourself, experimenting with what you already do in your comfort zone. Like with me, crustaceans, exoskeletons, insectoid shapes. But there's always room for stuff that you don't normally do. Okay, so that's why up here, like big puffy shapes. Down here, I've never really combined a succulent plant head with what appears to be crab legs. No, never done it. Maybe we could do something else cool in here too. Like Flower petals. Yep, you heard it here first, folks. I am drawing flowers. I don't know why I'm drawing flowers, but I'm drawing flowers. Maybe this is a household plant that got mutated because a bug fertilized it, or the owner fertilized it with something radioactive. And here it is. It walked out of a flower pot, and now it's going to go down the street and try to plant itself. There we go. I'm just making that up. Okay, so I'm just going to be simple with this and light this from above. I'm going to keep the dark parts under here. Let's thicken it up with the ballpoint. Those of you that are tuning in to my channel for the first time, you know that I definitely advocate for sketching with both a pencil and a ballpoint pen. I try to mix them up as I go. Okay, there we go. Even these really light gestural lines that are in here that can suggest detail, you can put pencil marks over that and the pen marks will still show up. That's why it's so awesome combining ink and pencil. And I can also understand if you're a little hesitant in doing that, especially if you're doing that for a school assignment or something. You don't know how it's going to turn out. Now I can shade with a pen too. I've done that in other videos. I'm going to hold off on that because I want to keep the shading strictly with a pencil. The only thing that I'm doing with a pen that's remotely shading is putting in the harsh cast shadows, where things will definitely be darker due to the light from above. But I also want to show most of the body too, so I'm going to take my pencil and then I'm going to put one single layer to start across the body, very lightly. I'm holding the pencil at the end of it so that my grip isn't too tight and I'm not forced to put a lot of detail in there. That's what you want to avoid. But notice how I lifted my hand up to speak and then I'm going back to my picture. Make sure that when you go back to your picture that you're going the same direction that you were previously going. This will keep everything in harmony basically. Because a lot of times if you get distracted, you lift your pencil up and you go do something like go to the bathroom, get food, do whatever, and you come back and you start shading in a different direction. Where those two directions overlap when you start tends to be darker and it kind of ruins your train of thought. Okay, so now that we got the majority of our plant creature shaded in one direction, now I'm going to turn it. I'm going to see what happens. I don't know how this is going to turn out. You guys are witnessing this in real time just like me. And right now my strokes are tighter together so I can fill in the gaps of the paper. And notice how I'm not worried about staying inside the lines. Right now we're just at the thumbnail experimentation phase. This is what's going to open your mind up to new possibilities. When you start refining your work, that's when it's okay to try to stay inside the lines and making sure everything's nice and tidy. Okay, so what's cool about this design is this whole head of the succulent plant blades, I guess you can call them, there's going to be a cast shadow across the entire torso down here. That's why I wanted to leave it for the pencil and not the ink, because the ink was just going to make it jet black and I don't want to do that. Because remember, shadows are never purely black. The only time shadows are really black is when there's no light source getting in there. Like if you're shading a box, like if you're doing a cube, the contact shadow on the ground where the box meets it, that's probably going to be a black line, just because there's really no light getting in there. But you want to avoid black at all costs. Just like you want to avoid using white to mix colors to make them lighter, because it's not going to help. It's going to give you a false lightness with the color. Okay, the other thing you got to be careful with though, and I forgot to mention this before, if you're combining ink and graphite, you don't want to shade too much on top of the ink, because since the ink has a natural sheen to it, the graphite does too if you push too hard. If you combine those, then when you move the light around or when you just look at your sketches, you're going to get a reflection of the light source in your room onto the pencil, and you want to avoid that. So I'm going to stop shading right there. That's when you know to stop. So that's number 3, the real number 3. All right, let's do another one. And comment below if you're learning a lot about this, if you're trying this. I also want to know if you're frustrated. Oh, I need that pen. I want to know if you're frustrated too, because again, this might be completely new for some of you. And you know, I understand your frustrations if it's not working for you right away. That's totally fine. The other thing I suggest is checking out the links in the description and the links in the very first comment, the pinned comment. The Creature Design Workshop Discord that I run, it's a bustling community and I invite you to join it. It's free to join that. We have an influx of aspiring concept artists and industry veterans coming in every day with their own sketches. We have we have monthly creature design challenges based on a short brief that I give. We have voting, we have winners. It's a lot of fun. And then I run a creature design workshop off of my Discord. If you want to sign up for that, just check out the link for the website below. And then about a month or 2 ago, I am just excited the fact that I can start up my private mentorship again. So if you're interested in my private mentorship, please email me at bobbyrebholz@gmail.com. That's also in the description below in the first comment. You know, if you can't do any of the workshop or the mentorship, you should just stop by the Discord for a little while and see if it's to your liking. We learn a lot. We got a big cache of reference, hard surface, environments, weapons, creatures. We have a figure drawing section in our Discord. It's just a lot of fun. This looks like a heart. Doesn't it? Looks like a heart. I don't know. It also looks like a giant beetle. Totally did not mean to draw a beetle. But we're drawing plants, so maybe if we make those some big petals or something. Aha. Didn't expect to do that. I am very uncomfortable right now because I don't know what's happening. Now this looks like a flower is opening up. What am I doing? You're going on the journey with me, guys. I don't know what's happening here. This might be the climax of the entire sketching session. So let's see where this goes. It's just a bunch of lines. It kind of looks like a deadly plant, but it also looks like a flower, like we're looking at the top of a flower with the petals opening. Maybe the petal arms are coming out of a shell or something. Now it looks like the belly of a platypus, or I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Let's see where it goes. It could be the belly. Could be like a pine cone too. That would be kind of neat, right? Maybe we can start layering some different areas where it looks like the cone itself is growing out of the body. Yeah, that's kind of neat. It's a big plant too. And this is the other cool thing about drawing with a pen is the lines that I immediately need to get darker, I don't have to worry about if my pencil can handle that. With a pen, you know it can. The ballpoint pen. Since this one's a little bit more detailed, maybe we will end the session with this one and see how it turns out. If you've made it this far, congratulations. I invite you to, or I encourage you to watch till the very end, just to see what happens. See how I got there. Comment below if you're in school right now and you're doing projects and this is helping you, if your thumbnail process is improving. I love finding out what students are going through, especially in school, their personal projects, trying to find a job. And I try to help any way that I can. Okay, we are on the home stretch. One thing that I'm forcing myself not to do is do any shading with the pen, even though I want to. I'm going to jump right in these crevices and be like, I want to shade there. No, I'm going to keep the pen strictly for line work, and I'm going to shade with the pencil, because that's what the lesson is today. It could be frustrating learning that kind of discipline, and like, oh, I can't use that. But it's going to pay off in the end when you can do that with the tools that you're making, or you're using. The only shading I'm doing really isn't even shading, it's just shadow placement. because I know that those areas are going to be darker. And since this is a thumbnail, it's the dirty, gritty stage of it. Nothing's really finalized in the drawing. This is the very beginning stages. I can get away with just kind of making up areas where I believe a deep crevice would exist, because who's to tell me that it's wrong at this stage? I mean, later, if it's not working, then yeah, you're going to need to change it. But again, when I was mentioning before about the gesturing and the interpretation that it gives, that's such the fun. It's so much fun about thumbnailing, because 10 people can look at this and see 10 different things. It's not finalized, and hopefully it'll excite people. It's a lot of fun. And I'm getting ideas as I'm drawing. You know, what to make darker. Putting in a little bit more detail in this one. Okay, so now we got a mutated killer pine cone being flung at us at 42 miles per hour. That's what's happening right now. So we have a plant that came alive in Sony's apartment. We got a pine cone that's being hurled at us. We have one plant that was upset because of where it was dug into in the earth or the ground, so it just got up and left. And then this poor thing is like, I don't know, like a sorry offspring of a plant. And they're just unhappy and floating. Okay, so this is number 4. 3. Also, you'll probably notice that my style of doing thumbnails, it's neat. I like to be neat with my thumbnails. You have full permission to be very messy with your thumbnails, as long as you know what's happening and that you can convey your idea as clearly as possible. So maybe being messy isn't the way to go if you have a specific idea in mind. Okay, I'm done with the pen. Let's jump into the pencil. So I took about a 30-second break before I started this new segment, so I just sharpened my pencil again. Here we go. We're going to put one coating across here. I'm not pushing harder as I'm moving up the shape. Notice what I just did there. So if I'm shading like this, in this direction, 45 degrees, and I have to raise my hand to shade a new area because the angle of my hand isn't comfortable, I'm still going the same direction as what I previously did. And then I jump over here to this pedal and I make sure that those pencil strokes are the same direction, so that when all of these meet back up in a more narrow area, you can keep shading in that direction. And then you just go wider if the shape permits that. These are the little secrets of keeping your pictures nice and tidy, so they don't look like a complete mess when you're sketching. Because look at this, I mean, all that ink, that's a mess, but it's like controlled chaos. So I put the darkness where it needed to be, put the outlines where they needed to be, and now the shading is going in one direction because it's intentional. So I'm going in the same exact direction that I started up this pedal. I'm going to lift it, and I'm going to go the same direction this one. Then, that's when you turn it, like that, and then you do it again. So I'm going to go the opposite. Do you need patience for this? Yes, you do. Make sure that you're keeping your pencil strokes close together so that the gaps in between each stroke are going to be filled much faster. Otherwise, you're going to be doing 25 passes instead of 5. This is why having a sharp pencil is very important. At this angle, you're going to be lifting up in different spots. See how I went up that pedal? I'm going to go back, and the angle's still going to be the same. See how these pencil strokes are going out of the lines? That's fine, because the ballpoint pen gave me the definitive line of the shape, so I don't have to worry about what the pencil's doing. The pencil is there just to help add value and depth. Honestly, it's just depth. Because I can, like, for example, if I go up this pedal the same direction and I don't want to stop at the very end, I'll just keep shading up and then release my pressure. Now it just looks like there's mist around the pedal that I already defined. So it's fine. This is why it's fun doing ballpoint pen and pencil. There you have it. Okay, so we did some really cool stuff here. If you sketched along with me, or if you're going to watch this later and sketch along, just relax, put some music on, light a candle, open the window, draw outside, do whatever. And if you have some plants around your condo, house, apartment, whatever, farm, try to draw those, but turn them into creatures, because I think a lot of times creature concept artists forget that it's not just animals we got to look at. It's also the stuff that grows out of the ground, because the stuff that grows out of the ground on this planet is actually as weird, if not weirder, than the animals we have. We got some crazy plants. So hopefully that helped. Thank you all for tuning in. Love you all. Until next time, see you later. Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. Have you lost your spark in drawing? Do you feel like you don't want to do it anymore, or you're stuck? What I'm going to talk about today is probably going to hit home a lot harder for most of you than my other lessons. Yes, I'm going to give some drawing lesson here, but it's more of a heart-to-heart talk than anything else, because I feel just from running my Discord and seeing what aspiring concept artists are saying in forums, wherever you go, it's kind of sad, and I just wanted to address that just to show you that there is hope and there's light at the end of the tunnel. So today's thing that I want to talk about is losing that spark and wondering how to get it back. So when I was growing up in the 80s, I knew right off the bat that I wanted to be an artist. Okay, so I was obsessed with drawing, but I was also obsessed with dinosaurs. I knew right off the bat that I was probably going to be a paleontologist, and that's that. I was just in love with dinosaurs. But, you know, as I got older, I still loved dinosaurs, but then it turned into creatures. I knew that I still wanted to draw for a living. So I was kind of lucky that I felt that way. And I know that a lot of people even get to college and they still don't know what they want to do. And that's common. Like you're a freshman and you switch majors. I think the national average is 3 times now. So you'll switch majors 3 times before you actually stick with something that you love and then graduate with it. But even so, like if you're not going to college at all, having that desire to really carry out your dreams, it takes a lot to accomplish that, and it also, you do have to get a little lucky. I'll be the first to admit that, because let's face it, a lot of parents out there don't like what their children want to do, and they have their child's best interest at heart, but I think that's detrimental, especially when it comes to art, because I feel like a lot of parents feel there's no money in this, they're never going to succeed in anything, and that's just the tip of the iceberg for what we have to deal with. Now, again, when I said I was lucky to have parents that gave me the opportunities I wanted for drawing. Okay, they would buy me the sketchbooks, they would help me find art schools to go to. You know, I went to School for the Creative and Performing Arts in Cincinnati. I loved that school, loved it. And then I went to University of Cincinnati, College of Design, Architecture, Art, and Planning. So my major was actually industrial design. I drew cars. And I knew that throughout all of my training, it did help me school-wise. But I'm also still self-taught because I never lost that passion. So you're probably wondering, well, how do you get that passion back if you lost it? And the thing is, you have to dig deep and figure out, like, what do you actually want? What do you want to do? Do you want to become an artist, or do you just like the idea of becoming an artist? Because this is going to hurt, but you always find love. Well, if you love something, you always find time to do it, period. All right, there's a difference between thinking about something all the time and actually executing. You know you should go to the gym. Do you really love going to the gym, or do you just tell yourself that you got to go? You know, and there's other things too. Okay, you know you got to budget your money, but you still keep buying dumb stuff. All kinds, you know. But when it comes down to art, dig out those old sketchbooks. And if you're drawing along with me now, I'm just kind of doodling some thumbnails here. It's more of organics mixed with machinery. So hopefully you'll have some fun out of this. I always like mixing organics with machinery. I think it's a neat combination. Of course, it also helps that I've been playing Doom for 30 years. I remember playing Doom on the PC, then Gears of War 2, then Halo. Like all those games where you mix like cool armor with creatures and stuff. It's a lot of fun. But take your sketchbooks out and just ask yourself, where did this passion go and why did I lose it? There are some circumstances that you're going to have to deal with in life, like if you move, you have health problems, if you go through a death in the family, if you are depressed, you go through a breakup or whatever. But breakups aren't an excuse. And I know that's going to hurt. But if you go through a hard breakup in life, you just got to get over it. Keep drawing. Drawing actually should be the one thing that's going to make you feel better if you go through something like that. For me, art has always been the go-to outlet that I have for everything. If I was depressed, if I was mad, if I was happy, if I was, if it was raining outside, if I was, well, not bored, but whatever was going on in my life, I could always draw and I could always rely on that. Now, you have to question your passion to actually want to do this stuff. I've seen some comments where people, they lost their desire and they haven't drawn in 2 months. It's like, if you really desired it, you wouldn't have given up for 2 months. There's no way. You didn't really want to do it. Because when you really want to do something, regardless of what it is, it doesn't matter how hard it is. You just keep pushing through because you love doing the thing. Okay, so if you're drawing and you're having trouble finding inspiration, there's actually no excuse for not having inspiration. We live on planet Earth. Earth has everything you could possibly imagine for inspiration. And now that our technology is allowing us to explore the depths of space, like the James Webb Telescope and the images that thing is bringing back, which is crazy, that brings a whole new realm of inspiration. There are tons of images that you can collect. So if you've lost that desire to draw because you don't know what to draw, that's a mental hurdle that you need to get over. Okay, this is why most of my lessons that I give on my YouTube channel, which, by the way, thank you for tuning in today, I tell you to scribble. I tell you to lay lines down and don't think about it too hard. I have no clue what I'm drawing right now, except that it's kind of biomechanoid, I guess, very alien-like. And I'm just throwing together some sketches. Maybe something will stick, maybe something won't. Could be a helmet, could be a spaceship. I'm not sure. And that's the fun part about it. That's the desire of drawing coming through. I'm not worrying about perfecting anything. So when I say not worrying about perfecting anything, when you open your sketchbook and you start doodling in it, you need to stop pretending that you're drawing for somebody else. You're not drawing for anybody else but yourself. That's why every time I mention the sketchbooks, that they are our diaries. So date them like you would writing down something that you did during the day in a diary. This is your personal journey. And your passion is actually going to grow when you see that journey growing too. So when I teach my creature design workshop, which you can check in the link in the description below and in the first comment, the pinned comment, my creature design workshop is structured so that we start off with reference gathering. Okay, your favorite animals, animals that intrigue you. You can winged, subterranean, quadrupedal, slimy, arachnid, crustacean, doesn't matter. And then what you do is you start to thumbnail. I ask everybody to do 50 creature thumbnails based on 2 animals that intrigue you and your references. And once that happens, then the ideas start to spark. So if you're sitting there wondering where your spark went for art, it's up to you to get that back. And I encourage you to draw along with me now to try to scribble something. Because even in this scribbling, there's structure happening. You being a concept artist, you're going to have to weed those shapes out and figure out what is working and what isn't. Now I'm really liking this one. I think it's a combination of maybe something that I saw in the movie Annihilation and then also Oblivion. You know, Tom Cruise. Good movies. I really like the soundtrack in Annihilation. I think when Natalie Portman looked into the mouth of the alien, it was beautiful. Beautiful sequence. That movie confused a lot of people. They didn't really understand what that dark entity was that was mimicking her, and that's exactly what it was trying to do. It was trying to steal her identity. Okay, I think we're done with this one. All right, so some exercises you can do besides scribbling when it comes to finding the spark is gather images, okay, that you find really beautiful. I mean, that's why we do Pinterest, you know, and Tumblr and all those other sites. And these images could be fashion, they could be animals, they could be prior concept art that your favorite artists have done, old masters, or if you're a photographer and you've gone out and taken some really great pictures in your vacations or whatever, find what inspires you. For me, I actually like looking at plants because a lot of times creature design and plants go hand in hand. You know, for my personal project, Ecore 117, so becoming a pretty big project. I knew it was going to be big, but I'm actually putting my heart and soul into it now. I'm going to have to figure out what's going on with all those biomes and all the plants and such, because the world's getting bigger. And I'm doing all those environment paintings now, and the world's getting bigger. There's going to be more creatures involved, and also vehicles and characters. So we'll see how it goes. I really don't know what's happening here. That's fun, right? You don't know what's going on. And I'm not doing this to impress anybody either. That's the thing about doing thumbnail sketching. So when you draw in a sketchbook and you feel like everything that you're putting down you have to impress somebody, you're basically setting yourself up for failure, because what's happening is you're not designing for yourself. You're not letting your mind open up to shapes that you haven't discovered yet, or different avenues of drawing that you didn't know you were capable of doing. You're doing it for somebody else, and you're going to get bored. It's going to get stagnant. And you know, I've made a couple videos where you can find your style by doing techniques like I'm doing now, just kind of letting the lines flow. So the desire of sketching comes in, which is what the theme is of this video today. The desire of sketching comes into play when you just open your mind. You don't care about what you're drawing, and by not caring, you're not trying to overcorrect all the lines that you're putting in there. This looks like a ship, like a gunship. I don't know. I don't think the proportions are correct, but I'm going to see how long I can make that. I really like drawing ships. It's a lot of fun. So, you know, if you're sitting there and you haven't drawn in 2 weeks because you're depressed or you've lost that desire, it's time to figure out what you can do to get that back, because let me tell you, drawing is one of the things to do if you are depressed. Now, I'm not a clinical psychologist. I don't have a degree in it. I'm not a doctor. So please don't accuse me of anything if it doesn't work out. But, you know, we all need outlets, and when it comes to depression, a lot of people just don't have outlets. We've all been depressed before. Drawing, for me, has been an amazing escape. And I can draw all the dark stuff that I see. And of course, those of you that have viewed my portfolio and know my work by now, I can draw some pretty scary things. Honestly, I'm a normal person. But I draw some pretty scary things, and part of the reason is because I grew up in the 80s and I saw every rated R horror movie by the time I was 10. Pretty much all of them. Friday the 13th, maybe when I was 7. I don't know. I think I turned out okay. But, you know, when you're drawing all this stuff, just see what sticks. Just see what makes you feel good and stick with it. If it's portraits, if it's nature. I will say though, if like you wanted to get into games, you should stay away from fan art. Fan art makes you feel good. I mean, fan art's fun. We've all done fan art. But if you want to get into games, it's probably the least successful way to get in. Unless it's for a specific company that likes fan art. Where was I going with that? I don't know. I get all these thoughts in my head when I want to teach stuff and talk about it, and then I just forget what I was talking about. I know that's pretty common, right? Okay, so we've got some cool looking silhouettes here. Again, this is me just experimenting with biomechanoid shapes and weird alien shapes. We'll see what happens. That looks like an alien from like the movie Abyss. I didn't even finish this one. Huh, I gotta go back up and finish this. That's gonna irk me if I do not finish a thumbnail. You're probably wondering, how do you know if a thumbnail is finished if they're so cruddy looking? And the answer is, just get a basic silhouette down so you know what the shape is. Once you know what the shape is, just let it go. Because after the silhouette is established, the next phase after thumbnailing is refinement. It's all about capturing attention where you want it to be captured. There we go. Interesting. That's a very, it looks like a little reconnaissance probe. Huh. All these little lines over here could probably be little panels on the ship. Maybe it isn't a ship, I don't know. Maybe it, well, yeah, maybe it's a personal transport. You can just like fly around in that thing. I don't know. This is the other beautiful thing about drawing, guys and girls. It's like you don't know what's going to happen. You have an idea. Maybe the client gave you a brief or whatever, but you don't really know how this is going to turn out. And if you've lost that desire to draw, it's okay to take breaks. We all take breaks. It's okay to be burnt out, because we all get burnt out. Everybody does. It doesn't matter how much you love the project. It doesn't matter how much you love art. We just need to take a break every now and then. I always love seeing like senior artists and art directors and creative directors do personal work, and they post it online and they get really happy that they had time to do personal work. Always makes me feel good inside knowing that they're finding that release and they can get those images out. Because that's what it's all about. You know, you do work that you love, and then you need a break from doing the work that you love so you can go do work that you love. It's so weird, but it's true. It's true. There we go. Okay, and then some cool little shapes there. You know what? I mean, this. Here, let's turn it this way. This could be a gun, but it also be a ship. It's kind of neat. Like ships are all kinds of sizes. Maybe I'll put some weird pods down there. Maybe those are observation windows. I don't know. Probably where the bombs are located if they drop it, or some laser beams or something. All right, let's move on. So, okay, on with today's talk about finding your desire, finding that spark. The next thing that you can do, this is going to sound so easy, and you're probably going to roll your eyes. Go outside. Please go outside. So many of us do not go outside. I have found myself on beautiful spring, summer, and autumn days when it's like 75, 80 degrees. I am drawing and painting in front of my computer from 7, 8 a.m. until 11 p.m. at night. I barely ate. I didn't even shower. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I've actually skipped the gym. I don't know what it feels like to skip the gym. Well, I do know what it feels like. It feels horrible. So I've just kind of blocked it out of my brain. I mean, you can't block taking care of yourself. There is a ripple effect if you don't take care of yourself when it comes to that and losing your desire to draw. What is this? I have no idea what this is. I'm just kind of throwing some lines together to see if something will come out of this. And so far, I don't think anything's going to come out of this. But you're witnessing this, so I can't stop now. By the way, if you want to know what I'm actually drawing with, it's just a standard Bic ultra round stick grip ballpoint pen. You can get these at Walgreens, you can get these at the store, gas station even, probably have those. You don't need anything super fancy to draw cool stuff. You just need a will to draw and a tool. That's it. You can even draw stuff with crayons. I got 2 boys aged 5 to 6 and they asked me to draw monsters like Godzilla and King Kong with crayons. It's like one of the most rewarding things that I've done because I'm just not used to crayons. I'm sure those of you listening that have children, they probably ask you to draw with the weirdest stuff. I don't know where that multicolored pen is. I'm looking around my living room and I can't find it. It's on the floor over there. I think I drew one of the lessons that I gave. It was like last week or the week before. I used a multicolored pen. It was kind of fun because when you're artists, you're kind of stubborn. You're set in your ways. You got the tools that you want to use. You don't want to use any other tools. I definitely encourage you to jump out of your comfort zone and use a tool that you normally wouldn't. All right. Okay. So I feel like I've redeemed myself for this. I still don't know what it is, but after all is said and done, I can take this silhouette and then I can refine it into something else. Because for my personal project, Ecore 117, I am thinking about doing a personal ship, like a personal drop ship, whatever. It's kind of like what Tom Cruise was flying around in Oblivion, if you guys have seen that movie more than 10 years ago. It's not the exact same ship, but it's like something like it. I wonder how many times I said like. All right, I'm not going to say that anymore. There we go. There's some shadows in there. And again, when you're doing thumbnails like this, you don't have to, especially for machinery and ships, you don't have to worry about where every vent and panel and screw is located. Just give indications with ships or shapes. You can crisscross some of these shapes and leave it up to your imagination. Again, this is the very beginning stages, so it's not at the refinement stage. All right. So hopefully, by now, if you all are drawing along with me, if you can resonate with what I'm saying, you're getting that spark back. A lot of times it's just your own brain making you think too hard about what you're drawing. And then it becomes a daunting task, and then you don't want to draw anymore because you feel like you suck. You feel like you have no good ideas, and you don't know where to go, so you give up art, or you stop drawing for 3 months, and then you come back, and you've lost 3 months worth of progress had you just stayed in it. You got to persevere through drawing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So, if you're drawing along with me now and you're, again, like I mentioned, you're finding that spark again, I want you to take a piece of notebook paper or your sketchbook, whatever, and I want you to write down what excited you about drawing to begin with. What you loved about it. And I'm saying loved in past tense because maybe those of you listening right now have given up on it. You haven't done it in years even. Or you're thinking about giving up. What did you love most about it? Write that down. And then write down what you want to get out of it. Okay, so a lot of times when we have an idea of an outcome that we want, we know what to strive for. It's kind of like an author has this big idea for a book and they do an outline. Okay, I'm sure you've all done it in high school too. We've all done it with essays and stuff. Teacher asks for an essay outline, then you get the outline, and then what you type up has to follow that outline. Okay, it's kind of like the same thing. So give yourself an outline. So one of the things that I do for my private mentorship, which if you're interested in my private mentorship, you can email me at bobbyrebholtz@gmail.com. Spaces are filling up very fast for September and October. I believe I have one spot left until mid-October. But if you're interested from mid-October on to November, just email me. But one thing that I have everybody do is write down their short-term goals and their long-term goals. Okay. Now, if you want to be a concept artist for games and film, I ask them to write down 5 to 10 companies that they would like to work for. But if it's just wanting to get better at art, write down your short-term goals, so 6 months to maybe 2 years, and then long-term, 5 years. Okay. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? And you're like, cliche thing. By having this stuff written down, not typed out, not texted in some notepad app on your phone. No, write it down, even in your sketchbook. Actually, that's what I want you to do. Okay? You have a sketch page like this, if you're doodling something, write down your goals, short-term and long-term. Write down what excited you about drawing and what you want to get out of it. By seeing this every day, it's going to help remind you of why you're doing what you're doing. And it might actually help you stop doing what you're doing. Like if you really want to get in it or back into it, and you just can't seem to get that motivation. Motivation, that word is thrown around as if it's some magical thing that you can just pluck from a tree and you'll suddenly have motivation. No, it's all on you. There's no medication for motivation. There's no food. There's nothing. It's up to you. You just have to want it bad enough. Okay. Have you ever noticed that? You get motivated when you really want to do something. You're not motivated when you don't want to do something. So you never really wanted to do it to begin with. Okay? Now it's easier said than done, I know. I've been down that road. I know what I'm supposed to do. I know that I have to get better at this or that, but I just can't get up and do it. I can't do this, do that, you know. And of course it doesn't help that we live in the microwave generation where we want everything lickety-split. Those of you that don't know that term, microwave generation essentially means the microwave. You know, instead of learning how to cook and spend a little bit longer time at the the stove, we have microwaves that just gives us microwave meals in 2 minutes and then we can eat dinner. That's the microwave generation. So we've lost patience with everything. And when it comes to drawing, we've definitely lost patience. But the thing about drawing is, if you, again, to tie into what I was thinking about losing that spark, the thing about drawing is it's universal. It's always going to take patience. There's no shortcuts to drawing. Okay, so those of you out there that are skipping the fundamentals on purpose because you just want to draw cool anime stuff, or you're just doing fan art but the anatomy's wrong, the line work is wrong. If you're spending too much time worrying about how the lines look versus the design that you're trying to get out, you know your fundamentals are not there yet. I would definitely listen to your gut when it comes to that, because what's going to happen is you're going to become technically proficient at shading because of just the hand movement and the muscle memory, but your design skills are going to be bad and your perspective is going to be bad. So all you're going to do is you're going to put a lot of detail on something that isn't designed very well. And unfortunately, that's what deters a lot of artists for wanting to get better. Because when you dedicate so much time into something and you figure out that you've done it wrong all this time, you don't want to start over. The thing about art is it's not about starting over. It's about plugging in a new skill that you could implement. That's all it is. So let's say, for instance, you've lost that spark because you know you're just not good enough and you can't compete. Well, why is that? What makes you not good enough? It's nobody else's fault, it's yours. It's our fault when we feel like we're not good enough at something. If we can't play an instrument, that's our fault. If we can't run as fast as other people, yes, technically, I mean, bodies aren't made the same. Okay, that's probably a bad example. But like, if you want to become faster at reading, you got to read more. Okay, so with me, I knew that drawing creatures all my life, it is my niche, and I absolutely love it. But I also had to branch out too, and I knew that my character work was really bad. Okay, even in college, my character work was bad. It was really bad. Yeah, I could draw creatures and stuff, but when it came to humans, no. I needed practice. So I started practicing more. My environments were really bad. I needed to practice more environments. And then, of course, another thing that I forgot to mention in this, and it'll probably help you out a lot, is if you've lost that spark, if you lost that motivation to draw, you got to surround yourself by people that are better than you. That's going to be a little intimidating. It's one of the reasons why I created the Creature Design Workshop Discord, which I invite you all to join now. It's there's a link in the description below. Not only the description, but the pinned comment. It's a bustling community. We have dozens of people joining every single day. We're almost at 4,000 members. It's crazy. And we're constantly tweaking the forums. You can post your personal work. You can post references, pictures of your studio, ask for feedback. This is where I conduct my mentorship and my creature design workshop. But everybody's there to help each other. We do a very, very good job at weeding out spam and people that are not constructively criticizing where they should be. Everybody's wanting to get better. They're posting their daily doodles. Okay? So when you surround yourself by people that are better, and you surround yourself by like-minded people, you have that amazing camaraderie that you don't get if you're just wallowing in your own self-grief, wondering why you suck. I told you at the beginning that this video is probably going to hit harder than a lot of my other lessons. Those of you that know me by now, with the way I try to get my lessons out, I'm very blunt. I'm very to the point, because I want to see artists succeed, and I see a lot of aspiring artists out there learning the wrong ways, or being told stuff that is not true, and of course, being stubborn. Also, got to overcome the stubbornness. Okay, I've been yapping for a while. Let's see what I got here. Look at all these thumbnails. So yeah, we got some alien-esque stuff. We got a big ship. We got some smaller ships here. The cool thing, this is why I love it. So if we number these, which you always get in the habit of numbering. All right, so you number these so that you can call out on them later. We can look at them and go, I wasn't going to get to this shape down here if I did not start with this shape. So another thing that I always love about art, that maybe those of you that have kind of given up on it can experiment with, is showing your journey. This is why I encourage you all to treat your sketchbooks like a diary. Show your journey, where you started, how you finished. Okay, these are all your thinking drawings. Remember, you're an idea factory, or you're supposed to be an idea factory. All right. Thank you all for tuning in for today's lesson. This was a little bit deeper of a talk. If you like what I did today, this is a little out of the norm. If you want those deeper talks, comment below. Tell me what you got out of it. Let me know what you're working on. Let me know if art is depressing you. If you're thinking about giving up to go be a scientist or a doctor or an engineer. There's nothing wrong with that. Amazing, amazing professions. But if you have this strange calling that you need to be an artist, comment below. Join our Discord. Let me know. And if you become a member of my channel, something I really don't talk about, if you become a member of my channel, you're going to start to see behind the scenes of what I'm doing. Maybe some cool pictures. All right. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope today's lesson was helpful. Please join that Discord if you want some help. I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel. I'm really glad that you're here. Today I'm going to talk about daily drawing habits that will boost your skills, and probably boost your skills pretty quickly. So as I'm doing that, you'll see me draw some thumbnails here. I'm just sectioning off my page. I'm only videotaping the top of it, but I'll just start moving my sketchbook down as I get more details in there, and then I'm probably going to go over here too. But anyway, let's get started about today's topic or topics. Daily habits that will boost your skills. Now, some of the things that I'm going to talk about today will probably rub people the wrong way. They'll get angry, upset, and it's not necessarily at me I'm predicting. It's probably they're going to be upset at themselves. Okay, and I'm going to call some people out versus why you're not getting better at drawing, and you probably won't like the answer. Others will probably nod your head and say in your head and say, yes, that's why I'm not getting better. All right, so let's think about first, do you actually love drawing? So, and to dive deeper into that is, do you like the idea of being a good artist? Or do you actually don't care about being good, you just love the process of drawing in general? If you possess that secondary feeling, chances are you're going to be way more successful in the art field than if you just want to be good without actually loving the craft. It's no different than being wanting to be a paleontologist, an astronaut. Like, hey, I want to go into space, but do you really like space? Do you think about planets every day and black holes and solar system and galaxies and light years? Probably not. Or if you do, then you're going to love space and astronomy. Same thing happens with art. When people want to become concept artists, I always ask them, can you sit at the desk and can you draw 13, 14, or 20 different iterations of the same thing and not get bored? If you say yes you can, then you're going to be good. Because 90% of what we do and what we get good at is mental. It's repetition over and over again. If you want to be a personal trainer, if you want to be a plumber, if you want to be a financial advisor, it doesn't matter. So, one of the things that you can think about is setting aside a certain time of day where you know that you can put some energy into drawing. And you're probably thinking, well, wait a minute, I don't actually have any time. Well, that's your fault. And this is the first thing that's going to probably rub some people the wrong way, but it really is. It's your fault that you don't have time because you make time for what you love. Think about all of the skills that all of you have right this second that you've gotten good at. Okay, lifting weights, teaching. If you're a mathematician, doesn't matter. Then ask yourself, how and why did you get good at those specific things? You didn't get good at those things because you were waiting for time slots to open up during the day in order for you to do them. No, you set aside a time and you sacrificed other times of family, friends, going out in order to achieve those things. Well, you have to do the same thing with drawing. Drawing isn't something that's just going to pop in your brain and be like, okay, I'm good now. You can watch my channel, you can watch other art channels, and it doesn't matter. I'm sitting here drawing in front of you because I put in the time and effort throughout my life in order to do this. You have to do the same thing with drawing. If you can only set aside 10 minutes a day, that's fine. You might want to loosen up your schedule if you only have 10 minutes. Okay? I'm mentoring somebody right now that is drawing on their work schedule. Of course, it allows it because of their time and place. They just bring the sketchbook to work and they draw. You're making time for it. Okay? If you catch yourself scrolling through social media, wasting time, being fake busy throughout the day, and you really want to learn how to draw, then ask yourself, can I set aside 20 minutes at 2 o'clock? If I have an hour lunch break, what do I usually do to fill up that hour lunch break? Is it traffic? That I drive 35 minutes to the place I want to eat for 10 minutes, and then rush back? Okay, well, pack your lunch. Pack your lunch, and then draw at a picnic table while you're eating lunch. Probably be more peaceful that way. You can draw that way. There's so many things that you can do, and so many problems you can solve when it comes to wanting to learn how to draw and finding the time for it. Secondly, let's see here. I'm looking at some stuff. Oh yeah, the other thing is, if you really want to become good at drawing, kind of ties into what I was talking about before. You have to make drawing your priority. Okay, so think about all of the priorities that you have right now. Okay, now I'm a single dad, so I understand that kids come first. Okay, you have to make sure they're fed, make sure that they do their homework, they're going to bed at a specific time during the night. If you come home and you're really tired and you barely have time for your kids, or if you do have time for your kids, they take up most of it, and that's a good thing. Think about all the extra minutes that you have that you just scroll the internet because it's downtime. Okay? Like you come home from work and you look forward to just chilling and watching Netflix. Well, you could be drawing during that time. Or, if even better, you can watch Netflix and draw what you see, especially in the genre that you love. Like, obviously for me it would be, creatures and characters. So I'd probably put in horror movies, sci-fi, something along those lines. All right. The key is to focus on one thing at a time and to practice it consistently. Okay, so let's say, for example, if you're drawing and if you've been doing it for a while, maybe a couple months, maybe even a year, and you feel like you're not progressing, it's probably because you just want to learn so many things at once and all of the things you're doing just suck. Like, for example, I'm a creature designer, so I had to niche down into designing creatures and be good at that thing. Then my skills in creature design increased, therefore it bled into other areas. A lot of people will just try everything. Landscapes, creatures, people. They wonder why their people suck when they draw them, and it's because you haven't studied anatomy. They haven't studied anatomy because they think it's cheating. Well, thinking that it's cheating is why you're not getting better. It's not cheating. It's observation. Because what happens is you end up drawing what you think should be there versus what's actually there. And you won't get any better unless you draw what's actually there. Okay. A lot of the times when I teach students and they're trying to learn how to draw for the first time, I have them do still lifes and I have them do cubes, cones, cylinders, and spheres. Things that we see on a daily basis, but we take advantage of. Okay? We draw what's there versus what we think should be there. And what we think should be there tends to not be right. How many times have you seen somebody draw a figure and they just put lumps where muscles are? Because they won't take the time to go on Google for 2 minutes and Google shoulder anatomy. There's your shoulder, literally right there in a picture on the internet, but you won't do it. So that brings me to my next thing if you want to get better. Daily practices. Get over yourself. I know that's kind of harsh, but you got to get over yourself. What is it holding you back from looking at reference? Do you think it's cheating? Why do you think it's cheating? Oh, well, because we're looking at pictures and we're not inventing it from our head. You can't invent anything from your head unless you gather enough reference images from real life so that your brain can pull from those images and invent things on the fly. Look at these creatures that I'm doing right now. I'm not looking at anything. I have my desk, I have my pencil, my sketchbook. Okay, that's it. And then I have my timer on here on my phone. So there's no images on my phone. All right, I'm just chilling and I'm just inventing stuff on the fly. Now, all of these lines in here, I have no idea what's going on. Okay, and that brings me to the next thing. If you want to get better, a daily practice would be let your mind flow freely and stop worrying about perfection. That part is a little easier said than done. Because let's face it, we as artists always face the daunting task of making something perfect. And what happens is we end up making it worse by trying to perfect it. This thing is super hideous. It's like an insect mixed with a ferret. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I just go along with this? I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. But anyway, so I totally lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. All right, so perfection. Stop that. Just stop that. You're not going to become a master at anything unless you allow yourself to fail. Okay. I was originally going to record this video with maybe 10 lessons. Well, no, not even 10. probably like 5 to 8 different lessons that you can try daily to become a better artist. And here I am filling you with what's probably going to be 15 or 16. Hopefully you don't mind listening to me. I'm trying to tell you how it is. Those of you that know me by now, you know I'm a very blunt person, and I tell you how it is. That's why people ask me for portfolio reviews, for better or for worse, because I'm probably going to tell you some things you don't want to hear. Oh, and by the way, I'm guilty of all these. So I'm not calling all of you out. I'm calling myself out too. This is something that I've had to go through for years. Okay, I've been drawing for 40 years. It's my birthday today. Okay, turned 44 today. I've been drawing since 1984. Crazy to even think about that. Hold on a sec. I really have to think about that. But I've really been drawing that long. That's insane. I have to look at my old art from grade school. Okay, so regardless of when I started to draw or how old I am, the point of all this is you have to make this a daily habit. Drawing. If you have a very busy day, or if there's something else holding you back, it could be stubbornness, it could be, depression, it could be lack of motivation. I know I've made some comments in the past about depression, and it seems like I'm ignoring people that get depressed. Like, no, I'm definitely not ignoring depression. The reason I counter-argued the depression argument is because drawing is something that you're supposed to do to ease depression. This is an outlet. Okay, so if you're drawing and it's depressing you that you're not getting better, ask yourself what is it about drawing that's you're seeking? Do you have a reason behind drawing? Do you love doing it, or are you angry that you're just not good at that? Because those are two different things. Now, obviously, if you have love for drawing and you want to keep doing it, yeah, you want to get better, but that's on the back burner. Okay, so if drawing is actually depressing you, stop drawing and ask yourself, are you really meant to do this? If you constantly get angry at drawing, you're probably not meant to do it. I hate to say that. This is another hot take. I told you this video is going to be full of hot takes. You're probably just not meant to be an artist. And that's okay. I'm not meant to be a mathematician. I am horrible at it. I chose not to be good at it. I don't like math at all. I mean, I've gotten better at it since I've gotten older. I understand things, but even in high school, I never asked for help. I should have. I was surprised that I even got by with C's in math. But so to go back to the art thing and depression, if you got depression, seek help for that, because that is serious. And I wish you the best. I really, really do. I want you to find something that helps you through depression. And if art is doing the opposite and you're getting depressed at it and you're putting the sketchbook down and coming back to it 8, 9, 10 months later, try your best to find a way to work through that depression and start with baby steps, okay? If you really love art, this thing is gross, by the way. I don't even know what this is. It's like a fungus or some kind of chimera growing out of the swamp. Ooh, I might just add some water right here. That'd be kind of fun. But anyway, if you're feeling depressed, I'm not a licensed doctor or psychologist or whatever, so I'm not trying to, be your therapist or whatever. But there might be some other outlets that you can try in art instead of just drawing, okay? There's painting, all right? There's crafts. There's textile work. There's all kinds of work. I mean, take a huge canvas and buckets of paint and just splash paint on that. That'd probably make you feel really good. Because a lot of times in depression, you just want to hit something. Like you just want to punch something, like the pillow or the air. Like you want to shadow box because you're mad, but you don't want to hit anybody. That might be a thing to try. I see people shadow boxing in the gym all the time. Like, who you swinging at? What's going on there? Then you got your random handstand guy. That's always fun to see. Working your kettlebell, your dumbbells, whatever you're working, and all of a sudden some dude's just doing a handstand. Like, what are you doing over there, man? Or like the people that start dancing like it's a music video inside the gym. What's happening in there? But anyway, it's a little random story. I see it all the time. It's funny. I just smile. They're having fun, Having fun. That's great. All right. Mo thumbnails. By the way, doing thumbnails, you drawing along with me? Number your thumbnails. It's always a great habit, which is another thing that I want to talk about if you want to get better. It's organization. Okay, organizational skills within your art goes a long way. I heard a great quote today from another YouTube channel that I follow. And this person said, how you do one thing is how you do everything. And I was thinking, I was like, if I'm lazy in one thing, I'm probably lazy in everything else. I thought, and I was like, yeah, it's true. Anytime I was lazy in the past, I was just lazy about everything else. So if you're just lazy, ask yourself why you're lazy. Are you just lacking motivation? Why are you lacking motivation? You got to get to the root cause of everything. You can't start blaming everybody else for your lack of artistic talent. Oh, talent is a whole other bag of worms I'm not even going to get into. I will say this, though, about talent without getting into a huge debate over it. I know people are probably going to comment below, and that's fine. I welcome these comments because talent is a hot take. I think certain people are born with the aptitude to do things better than others without practicing. But talent comes in when they can correct their mistakes on the fly without being told what to do. That's talent. That's just my take. I see it all the time because I watch the NFL. I see it in quarterbacks. You know, there are quarterbacks that just seem to get out of every jam. You know, they know the exact pass to do when the defensive read fails, and they just make that pass. You can't teach that. Same thing with learning an instrument. Same thing with running, you know, adjusting your breathing. Same thing with gymnastics. Same thing with art. All of that. You just have it. You can work towards having it if you don't have the aptitude. That's fine. But again, that's a whole other thing. I'm done scribbling on that. I'm just starting to pour over some details. So I think drawing habits, you know, like sketching warm-ups are really, really good. Another good time to sketch, because it all boils to, everything I'm talking about today boils down to making it a daily habit. Okay, I'm going to say it again. There's no excuse for you not to have time to draw. Drawing is something that is the physical act of drawing and putting marks on a paper is like breathing. Just open up something and draw. It's like writing your notes down if you have a journal. Okay? Think about how many Instagram reels and TikTok videos you guys plumage through on a daily basis. 10 minutes turns into 15, and that turns into 35. And all of a sudden an hour and a half goes by and you've binge watched 8 movie trailers, 1 person learning how to make hot dogs, and 10 people falling. And you're laughing. Okay? That's cool. But you can do a homework assignment in 10 hours. Or I'm sorry, in those 2 hours. Hour and a half, whatever it is. So the same thing applies to drawing. Set aside your time. And you'd be surprised at what you can accomplish. I've seen some remarkable things from people just buckling down and really learning how to manage their time. Okay. This right here is kind of bothering me. I think I'm just going to put a big face right here. It's funny, you know, I got 2 boys aged soon to be 7 and soon to be 5. Crazy. First grader and, you know, daycare, going to be first grade next year. And I'm starting to learn all of these characters that I've been seeing, like Daddy Longlegs and Choo Choo Charles, and like all of these scary, still animated looking characters. And I'm like, those are actually kind of frightening if you think about it. And they're very well designed, even though there's not a lot of detail on them. Maybe I should do a mutated Choo Choo Charles. I don't know. I think that'd be kind of fun. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do for the inside of that mouth, I think I got a black Prismacolor here. I'll bring it up here. Okay, so black Prismacolor allows you to really get dark where a graphite pencil won't, because I think you guys know that when you push hard enough with a graphite, even if you have in the Bs, because I'm drawing with a 4B for my graphite, it still looks shiny no matter how the light's shining on it. I have studio lighting down on my sketchbook right now. There we go. Uh-oh, the lawn care's here. You know what that means? You're probably going to start hearing a lawnmower go by. Okay, now that we're getting down on this page here, about halfway down, I don't know how long I'm ever going to go with these thumbnail pages. They're just a lot of fun to do. But a couple things that I want to mention. Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody for tuning in and listening to me, talk about daily habits that could get you better at art, like setting aside a time during the day, lunch, scribbling like this. This is another thing where you just don't really care about what's happening. But check out the links in the description below. We have a Discord, Creature Design Workshop Discord. It's a bustling community. We are almost at 5,000 members, which is crazy to think about. But what we do there is we teach drawing, but also there's a huge reference cache if you want to get better. We have pictures of people's studios if they want to show them off. Yes, we have cat pics. And we have daily sketchbook forums where you can put in daily doodles, critique forums. So it's a lot of fun. It's free to join. Check the link in the description. It's, just say hi, wave your hand, get to know the server. The other thing I want to mention, this is something I mentioned in my last video. For the past 3.5 years, I've been running a creature design workshop on my Discord. That is no longer going to be a thing as of January, because for the past 8 years, I have been teaching creature design for film and games for CGMA, which is Computer Graphics Master Academy. It's an online course. You can check the link in the description below for that. It is seasonal. So I have just started the fall season. Early signups have now started for January. I will say this though, they fill up fast. They cap all classrooms at 20. Okay, so we already have a few that have signed up, and there's still months to go, but I mean, very quickly people are already signing up. So if you want to take advantage of that, I go through an 8-week in-depth course on designing creatures. Okay, we look at anatomy, we look at functional features, we look at reference gathering, which is a skill in itself. We look at bones, muscles, head design, and above all, presentation skills. And I also sprinkle in lessons about finding work in the industry, how to become more disciplined, how to find jobs, how many pieces to put in your portfolio, like all that fun stuff. Okay, and as I'm yapping, I just drew this thing. It kind of looks like a dancing fat person that has a huge helmet on. That's pretty funny, like a fat alien. There we go. Okay, so hopefully you've enjoyed today's lesson. I know I've said some things that probably will irk you the wrong way, and that's totally fine. Embrace that. Comment below if you're struggling. If you find yourself in the boat of not having motivation, if you're depressed, if you're just lazy, or if you're distracted. All those things are legit. We have to overcome all of our weaknesses. I've had to over the years. I still do. So do all of you. All right? Thanks again for listening to me with all of these lessons. I'm watching the channel grow, and I couldn't have done any of this without you guys. Seriously, this has been such a fun ride. And you better believe that this channel is here to stay now. I know I let it sit dormant for years. And when I'm talking years, I mean I made my channel in 2013. I let 4 years go by, posted some things, then let another year go by where I did post stuff, and then another 5 went by where I didn't. Okay, that's never going to happen again. So now's the right time that I'm really buckling down. So hopefully these lessons are helping. All right, there's my thumbnail page and me talking about things that will make you better for daily practicing. Thanks all. Peace.